right, we are live. Welcome back to Reasoned Answers.
It's as good as waging war against Allah and His Messenger.
Today we're going to be asking a very pertinent question, a very important question. Who was the first Muslim? Every once in a while, a Muslim will come into the comment section of my video or another video that I'm seeing and say that there are no contradictions in the Quran whatsoever, and this is what proves it is from God. Of course, they're forced into this argument because the Quran itself makes this argument. The argument is nonsensical. Just because something is free of contradictions doesn't mean that it is from God. But there are also multiple apparent contradictions in the Quran. Some of these there might be a good explanation for, others not so much. Whenever a Muslim makes this claim that the Quran is free of contradictions, I say, who is the first Muslim? And I have yet to find a single Muslim who is willing to offer a straight answer to that question. And the reason why is because the Quran offers 4 different contradictory answers, or we'll see, because Mary has some ideas as to why the Quran does this. But on the surface, it appears to offer several contradictory reasons. And so Muslims are extremely hesitant to answer that question, especially since some of the things that they might cite aren't even found in the Quran. They're only found in the hadith. So there's actually more than 4 answers that Muslims could potentially offer for that question. Welcome, Mary. Anything you want to say as introduction?
Nope, I think you covered it really well. But before this, we do have a Muslim in the chat, and I want to make sure that he is a true Muslim and affirms all the teachings of Muhammad. And we have a clip just for you guys that talks about a teaching of Muhammad about how to avoid a terrible danger to all people according to Muhammad. If you deny the existence of this danger, then you believe that Muhammad was making things up and was a deluded pagan and was not hearing from Allah because Muhammad was supposedly giving instructions from Allah about how to avoid this terrible, terrible danger. So let's go into this horrible danger that only Muhammad can tell you how to
right
avoid.
after we get the comment from Muslim, very descriptive name, so no one can confuse him with being a Hindu or anything like that. I am not a bot. I am a destroyer of Paulinity and the Bible, because I said, can you give me one good argument that Islam is true, or are you just a bot here to spam nonsense?
He
After
can't
he
give a
said,
good reason. His feelings tell him.
well, no, he hasn't even bothered to do that. He hasn't even bothered to try to give an argument.
He went, me
After
strong.
I
Ha!
asked him again,
Strong, me. Me big, strong. Oof, oof, oof.
I asked him again what his argument that Islam was true was, and this is the as close as he could get to Islam being true. You can't even spell Quran correctly, kid. There is no uppercase in Arabic. I don't care about English language conventions. Well, the English spelling of Quran is dictated by English rules, not Arabic rules. So, in fact, ironically, you can't spell English words, and that's your evidence that Islam is true. Because Quran in English is an English word, and it obviously can't spell English words correctly anyway, since he says langage instead of language, and puts all lower cases for all of his other words. So this is the level of intellect that we have to deal with. Now, as to the consequences of Muhammad's beliefs, we have this video that Mary asked me to play for everyone, which was titled something like Jinn in the Bathroom. Here we go.
That is not what I sent you. That's not what I sent you.
Okay.
Like, not at all. It's about a guy talking about gin in the bathroom. I don't know why that one was sent.
That was what you sent me, and it's a kid in the bathroom. I thought that you were doing it as a joke. That's funny.
There's literally, hang on, let me turn this off.
That is the link you sent me. It might not be the link you intended to send me, but it's definitely the link you sent me.
Hang on, I'll pull it up on my computer. No, it's I sent you a link of, I don't have TikTok, so I sent the link that was there on, hang on one second. Hang on.
I don't know if it like automatically went to the
It went
next
to the next
video in
one.
the queue
It must have gone
or
to the next.
what, but that is the
Oh,
link that I
no.
got when I
I
clicked
don't
on
even
what
know
you
what the
gave me.
rest of that is. That's why I interrupted you, because I have no idea what's going to happen next. So I was worried.
Well, I watched it. It's just a funny video. The kid is stuck,
No,
and then he
no, it's a
unstucks
man
himself.
talking about explaining how to avoid
Yeah.
gin in the bathroom. You
So
know,
I
and
clicked
are
on the
there
link.
gin?
Yeah, I clicked on
Wait,
the link
what?
again, and I figured out which video you were talking about. But I promise
Oh, do you
that
have it?
is the video that came up when I clicked on your link the first time.
That's
Anyway,
it must have scrolled through to the next one.
yeah, it must have automatically
Do you
done
have
that.
it? Do you have it now? The guidance
Yes.
on the gin
So give me
bathroom?
1 second. Give me 1 second to download it.
All right. Sorry about that, guys. That was very odd.
Well, that video is funny too. I thought it was a joke because the kid is stuck and then he like magically gets unstuck, and I thought
Oh,
you were
yeah.
saying it was a
By the way,
gin.
there's a reason that we have building requirements, and that particular structure is not to code in the United States, because kids can slip through and fall, or possibly get stuck and strangle. With the spacing is you want it less than 4 inches apart. It's also not very smart to have horizontal barriers if you have children, because that makes very nice baby ladders. And
All
baby.
right. Well, with that out of the
All right.
way, I downloaded the
Woo!
correct video. Note to self: just because you click on a TikTok link
I
doesn't
did
mean you're
not
getting.
send the wrong video. I don't know how he got to that video. I did not send the wrong video.
I promise you, all I did is click on your link.
How'd you get the
Anyway,
right video then?
well,
Yes,
this time
that's
I
the right
clicked on it
video.
and it didn't automatically scroll to the
Ha!
next video.
I sent the right link. You scrolled somehow.
I did it twice. I did it when you sent it. I
That's
watched it,
funny.
and then I did it earlier today to download the video, and both times I got that video. Anyway, here's what you intended to
Are
show
there
us.
jinns in the toilet, and how would you protect yourself from them? So there's a dua for this. The Prophet ﷺ said to say, Allahumma inni a'udhu bika min al-khubthi wal khaba'ith. And this means, oh Allah, I seek refuge with you from the evil of the shayateen and the jinn. So make sure to say this before each time you enter the toilet, and make sure you enter the toilet with your left foot. And when you leave the toilet, you leave with your right foot, and then you say ghufranaka, which is seeking Allah's forgiveness.
So you have to seek Allah's forgiveness for going to the bathroom.
Because you might have come into contact with the toilet jinn. But yes, remember that Muhammad's people in Mecca, the Quraysh, went to the toilet outside in the fields. So they pooped outside in the fields, and whenever they went to Medina, they continued pooping outside in the fields because he was afraid of the toilet jinn, until he decided specifically that there are toilet jinn that that can be controlled with this incantation. And so that way, because if you're outside in the fields, there need toilet jinn because it's not a regular toilet. But if you're inside in a toilet area, in a latrine, then that's where jinn like to live and they can get you. So Muhammad very kindly consulted with Allah and came up with a magical spell for you to say so that the toilet jinn don't get you every time you go to the toilet. If you are a Muslim, you must believe in toilet jinn. This was a teaching of Muhammad from Allah. So Allah believes in toilet jinn. Muhammad believes in toilet jinn. If you don't believe in toilet jinn, then you are not a Muslim. So, Muslim, do you believe that there are toilet jinn? Yes or no? Yes or no? Muslim,
Yep,
do you believe that jinns
yep,
live in every bathroom and you have to say special words to keep them from getting you? And he's just trying to deflect. He will not say.
Your next next comment better be on topic, or you will go to timeout.
You say yes or no. I believe in toilet jinn. Yes, I believe in toilet jinn. Say it, or say no. I do not believe in toilet jinn. If you say one other thing than that, I'm sending you to timeout. I'm pretty sure he's been here before. I'm pretty sure I know who this is.
I don't know if he's been here before or not, but it doesn't matter. I have rules, and you need to follow them. And the rule isn't I get to come in here and change the subject of the stream to whatever I want to talk about it. It's that you got to be on topic. He said all of it is produced by Pauline and their best friends who killed their god, the juice box.
Okay, here we go. He did answer. He does indeed believe that there are jinn in his toilet. If he doesn't say a magical spell and step in with his left foot, the jinn in the toilet will get him. So here is our excellent rational Muslim who believes that the toilet jinn are going to get him.
Well, he has to. I mean,
Yep.
Muhammad said it.
Awesome.
So there you
thank
go.
you. There you go. So you may stay Muslim because you have affirmed the toilet jinn and your excellent, rational, pure monotheistic religion.
And we also have equally rational Muslim here in the chat, Gambit. Remember when I made you cry, Thad? Look at this collection of unwashed Christians with a viciously deteriorating colon, sigh. So I assume he's referring, I don't remember him. I mean, I vaguely recognize the name. I assume he's probably referring to when I mock cried. I've never cried for real on stream. So I assume that's what he's referring to. I said, oh, my feelings are so hurt by the big scary Muslim in the chat.
I assume that's what when I made fun of you. He's asking you to remember when he was made fun of.
Uh-huh.
I'm not sure who he is, but I'm sure you were made fun of, dear. And but
and there's this level of intelligence that I obviously mocked him, and he can't tell or doesn't care that I was mocking him. And Professor Yaffle said, happy birthday. Some people are asking whose birthday it is. And well, that would be mine, sort of. Not my birthday, but the channel's birthday. The channel turns 5 years old this week. I forget whether it was the 1st or 2nd or the 31st. But either way, right around this time is when I released my first video 5 years ago. So some of you read my community post and knew that, and others you just show up to the stream having not read my community posts, like shameful individuals that you are. And then you don't know that why Professor Yaffle is putting out that greeting. All right, so with all that said, let me also very quickly get the super chat from Jack Ray. He wasted no time.
Brothers and sisters, why to lose this great opportunity? Remember, when the person is on his deathbed, the last minute, he will ask Allah Jalla wa'ala to be delayed for 1 second to do what? Not to pray, not to do other things, but to give sadaqah, because sadaqah you can give it just like this, yeah, in 1 second.
All right, so Muslim has gone to timeout because he insisted on trying to talk about the Bible. So we won't have to worry about him for a little bit. Maybe he'll come back and be on topic. You know, miracles do happen sometimes, and it would definitely be a miracle for that. Thank you, Jack Ray, for the donation. He says TikTok. Time to rock. He did not lose this great opportunity. He jumped on it as soon as we went live. One other relevant comment early on from Borzai Fan. He says, the waters were the first Muslim because the waters existed before Allah, the second Muslim.
Oh, and I forgot to put Allah down as a possible answer, and I will explain why later, why Allah is one of the answers to this. And indeed, the waters do appear to exist before Allah does anything, and so appears to be at least co-eternal, if not more eternal than Allah. So.
And then one other very valid question from Houston. Why do toilet jinn only harass Muslims?
Because only Muslims believe in them.
Good answer. All right, let's get this presentation up here. Who was the first Muslim? For all the money. Any Muslim in the chat, tell me right now, who is the first Muslim?
Right. If any Muslim can answer this definitively, who was the first to submit to Allah, then I will convert to Islam if you can answer this clearly, definitively, and unambiguously from the Islamic text. So there are two possible questions here that might be asked. There might be the first question you might be asking is the first Muslim in history. And the second question you might be asking is the first of the Sahaba, the first Sahabi. So, who was the first Muslim? Was it the first person who believes in Muhammad, who was, would actually be the first Muslim, or was it the first Muslim in history according to the Islamic narrative? And it's really this first one that we are going to be talking about this time. What does the Quran itself say about who the first Muslim is? So, the first question you have to answer, though, is what a Muslim is. So, Muslim is a fairly late Quranic, or really mostly early post-Quranic classifier, meaning and it's an endonym, meaning that it's what the people called themselves, okay? And it became necessary to have a special name for the group of people who followed Muhammad, because the main distinction of the Quran, which is those who worship Muhammad's God versus those who associate with Muhammad's God, does not reflect reality. So in the Quran, there are two groups of people. There are people who worship the God of Muhammad alone by himself. And then there's another group of people who worship Muhammad's God and additional figures. And those are the two pots. But this is a ridiculous distinction, because Jews and Christians don't worship Muhammad's God, because worshiping Muhammad's God includes believing in Muhammad. And my question is, do you believe in a mere human? And most pagans don't associate with Muhammad's God. Like, they've never heard of Muhammad's God. If you go to the Hindus, if you go to the sub-Saharan Africans, if you go to the Chinese, if you go to the Japanese, if you go to most places in the world, they've never heard of this Allah dude or any character who has his attributes. No one like Allah is in the pantheons of most people. So this whole, are you an associator or are you a believer in Muhammad's God, just literally makes no sense at all whenever you're talking to anyone who doesn't already follow Muhammad or isn't a Hijazi who knows who this Allah guy is, at least in the view of Muhammad, who's making up new characteristics for him.
It's actually a really good point there, because it doesn't say, don't be a polytheist. Well, I mean, the Quran does say that, to be clear, but that's not the primary way it expresses belief, right? It expresses, or disbelief, it expresses as having partners alongside Allah, which means you have to believe in Allah in the first place. You just believe in additional gods or additional demigods, something along those lines.
Anytime it's translated as polytheist or pagan in an English translation of the Quran, the word is actually an associator, someone who puts someone in addition to Allah. It presupposes that every single person in the world does worship Allah. They all do. So if you worship your giant dog god, that is Allah. If you worship a primordial cow, that is apparently Allah. That is your chief deity. Everyone's chief deity is somehow Allah, according to Muhammad in his entire worldview. He cannot conceive of a world in which your chief god doesn't just happen to be Allah, which tells you a lot. These toilet comments are killing me, guys. I'm trying to ignore them.
Yeah, you have to look on screen if you want to see those. I'm not going to read all of them, but many good comments from you guys.
I'm trying to ignore them very hard.
I do want to correct Green Desert here, though. He says the first Muslim was Satan, and I get what you're saying. However, according to the Islamic narrative, Satan is the one who doesn't do what Allah commands him to do, which is bow down to a created being, associate partners with Allah. So in that way, Satan is not a good Muslim, whereas all the other angels, they're good Muslims, and they're bowing down to the created statue that hasn't even been endowed with life yet. They're all worshiping an idol, in other words, and they're the good characters according to the Quran. And Satan's bad for doing what you're commanded to do and not worship idols. Weird stuff.
Yep. All right. So, anyway, The Quran itself mostly calls people on the right path believers, mu'min, okay, mu'min. But they also calls them hanafs, and that's kind of anglicized. Obviously, the plural isn't uh, an S. But anyway, hanafs, which is the least common name of all, less common than, for example, Muslim or a variant of that, and guided as well, which is a bit more common than Hanif. And it also calls them the recipient of inspiration, and additionally calls them people with faith, iman, right? All of these are terms for those who are worshiping the right way. And again, even people on the right path, that is a phrase that you'll find in the Quran as well. The opposite of that are associators, and a word that of denier that literally can also mean a liar, and then another word that's related to kafir, kafir, however you want to pronounce it. But the idea is it's usually kafaru, those who disbelieved is often how it's translated. But this is another borrowed word that comes through Syriac that has the idea of those who covered up their belief and denied it. So there's an idea of covering and denying within the idea of infidel in that. So a kafir in that sense has has these other additional components to it, but because it's a complicated word with kind of additional meanings bundled together that doesn't have the exact English parallel, I usually just say kafir. All right. However, it's also the Quran also specifically uses the word one who surrenders or Muslim as a synonym of believer in Muhammad's faith by in a lot of verses toward the end of Quranic development. And even as Muhammad is talking to only Meccans, as he is at that time declaring that his faith is the same as the faith as the Christians and the Jews. I believe the same thing they do. Then his faith is kind of synonymous with their faiths at that time. And so it has this kind of meaning of having followed Muhammad as opposed to following something else. So, and yes, there are YouTube's videos that are super serious about how to use the bathroom properly to avoid jinn and to keep your prayers from being like if you say a dua in the wrong place at the wrong time, your prayer can be voided. You really can't pray to Allah inside the latrine. That's I guess Allah can't really hear you. But yeah, that's Islam. So
we now have had about 6 or 7 different Muslims. Only one has been on topic. They're all saying like, "Oh, Jesus is not a god. He was messenger of God." Laughy face, as if that has anything to do with the question being asked. And normally, yes, we do get Muslims who tune in up here. Normally, we don't get so many so desperate to distract. It's almost like they are desperate to not talk about this subject because they know how embarrassing this very simple question that should be incredibly easy to answer, and the Quran is supposed to be perfectly clear and explain itself in detail. They don't want to answer it. They just want to talk about Jesus. They want to talk about the Bible. They want to talk about anything except this subject. They are accidentally providing all of you guys in the audience with some clues here, right? This doesn't happen every time because not every subject bothers them, but they're bothered today. Take note. Take note.
And Jack Ray does ask a pertinent question. Are there bathtub jinn in Islam? Are there bathtubs in Islam? Indeed, no, there are not. You can only wash oneself from a pot by splashing water on your body. You do not actually get to bathe. So that is an important point. If you're actually following the Sunnah of Muhammad, you would never take a bath. These people are frantic right now. Goodness. No Muslim can tell us who the first Muslim is. It's like people are getting timed out left and right because they just have to jump on and say the most obscene things that they can think of and the most disgusting things. Nice. All right. So question is, what is the word Muslim from? Now the root SLM, that's genuine Arabic. And it has a common Semitic root, which originally meant to be complete or to be sound, without, uh, if it's not endangered or messed up in any way, it's total, complete, and secure in that sense. And so it developed two general families of words in Hebrew, Syriac, and Arabic, those meaning peace, because you're totally secure, sound when you have peace, and those meaning to give something over because you are handing over something intact. So that's why it has the complete sound root kind of applies to both meanings, even though they're quite different from the original root. Now, the common root does not make these various words to be synonyms. So Salam, Salima, or Salim, Salima, etc. These are native Arabic forms for absolute certain. But just because a word has an origin doesn't mean it has to have the same meaning as its origin. For example, the weird, the word in English, its root comes from a word that means fate or destiny. It particularly means explicitly a pagan goddess of fate in ancient Germanic culture. But if I say that Muhammad is weird right now, I don't mean that he's the goddess of fate. You might as well be saying, you say something's weird? Are you saying it's the goddess of fate? If you say, Islam, it means peace because it has the same root as peace. Like, it's a very, very goofy argument, and it's one that people who are very unreflective will fall prey to. But if you just think for 5 seconds, just because a word has origins with another word with a certain meaning doesn't mean that they mean the same thing. There are infinite numbers of examples of this. So what is Muslim from? And really, for that, you have to know what Islam is from. So the Quranic form with the technical religious meaning that gives us the word Islam, and from which Muslim is derived. So the meaning of the word Muslim comes from the meaning of the word Islam and Aslama in the Quran. So that source is from Syriac Christian usage and meanings, which colored even some other potentially native forms, because they started with this Christian Syriac form and then back applied what they thought was the meaning from that to the other forms. So the Syriac form is Aleph, S-L-O, or U-M, which becomes Aleph, S-L, long A-M in direct borrowing. So this is the source of Aslama and Islam. Muslim is a back application of the new religious sense to a form that can be derived from the same root. This word with its meaning was actually not first borrowed by Muhammad. It was already in use in Arabic when Muhammad came around. We know this because there are two names that have a very direct derivation from the borrowed form of this word rather than a back application of the borrowed meaning onto an actual Arabic form of the word, and that's the name Maslama. So Maslama came directly from the Syriac and had the same meaning as Islama, Islam, and all of that stuff. And the two people with that name, one of them was Muhammad. That's our second Muhammad, who was the only Muhammad that we know of besides our Muhammad, who was an exact contemporary of Muhammad. And his name was Muhammad ibn Maslama, and he was from the Aus tribe of Medina. So he was from a pagan Arab tribe of Medina, largely pagan Arab tribe of Medina, but he had the name Muhammad ibn Maslama, which has that very clearly Syriac form. The other one name was Musaylima, and his real name was Maslama. Again, this is like an insulting diminutive. It means little Maslama. Uh, and he was the other false prophet who arrived out of Banu Hanifa. After Muhammad had conquered some areas, Banu Hanifa came and said, "Oh, fine, we'll follow you. Why not?" And something that's really odd about this Banu Hanifa, first of all, is their name. They had no priests. They were neither Oriental Orthodox nor Assyrian Church of the East nor Eastern Orthodox. They had no churches. They had no priests. They had no parishes. They had none of this, but they kind of identified or are identified as being Christian somehow in the sources. Yet they produced a startling number of false prophets around the same time as Muhammad, with some really, really odd teachings that showed that they had no actual access to Christian texts. And their name is also incredibly suggestive. Why are they called Banu Hanifa? And I can find no explanation in the sources that they were called Banu Hanifa because of some ancestor, some this or some that. It seems very likely to me that they were called Banu Hanifa because they were called that pagan tribe by tribes who were actually Christian. That they had these odd pagan beliefs that were somewhat suggestive of Christianity and had Christian elements, but weren't actually had any kind of Orthodox Christian ideas. So I call them kind of folk Christian in this, or Isnad Christian. Basically, someone heard something about Jesus, someone else told someone else told someone else, and they decided that they were kind of gonna adopt their own particular odd, weird form of this. And their location is also incredibly important. If you see the upper picture, there's Tamim up here, and then Hanifa is between the Quraysh in Mecca and the Tamim. And so the Tamim were a group who were very influential in the cult centered at Mecca in pagan times. And so they would have been traveling back and forth through the Hanifa territory at this time. And the Tamim were absolutely pagan. Now, many of the Tay were a mixed pagan / Christian group. We're not really sure what they believed. So I think it's very likely that some of the weird ideas that Muhammad got about what Christians believed actually came filtered through this odd Hanifa group who got labeled as pagans. Because remember, Hanifa literally means pagan in Syriac by the people who are Orthodox, and yet somehow ended up in Muhammad's mind as being like legitimate, and Hanifa came to mean monotheist in Muhammad's mind. So
just to be clear, that's not actually all that strange, right? Groups often adopt terms that are intended to be derogatory or insulting and take them upon themselves. Arguably, Christian is such a term that outsiders invented the term. They were calling people little Christs to make fun of them. I'm like, well, actually that fits. We are little Christs. We're imitators of them. We're much inferior to them. And we'll take that name for ourselves. So it happens all the time. So it's not odd per se that a group that's people are calling heretics or pagans would say, yeah, we are Hanifa. But guess what? Hanifa actually means that we worship the true God. We go back to the way it was before you guys corrupted it. So
yeah,
it is actually pretty good, pretty plausible. There is a debate going on in the chat as to who the first Muslim was. They said it was probably Far 4, but then other people disagreed. They said, what about Far 2? And Professor Yelva said, obviously it's Far 1, not Far 4. It's right built into the name there, guys. But we do also have a different contender for first Muslim in the chat. Nina, blessings be upon her, is the prophet of Muslim, as she has declared on previous episodes. And she said that she was born in the year of the rat. Her coming was foretold. So this is some pretty solid evidence in her favor. So debate rages on. as to the answer of that. We do have a serious attempt to answer this question here. Gazwa Gasser says the question, who was the first Muslim? If you mean the first to believe in Prophet Muhammad, it was Waraka bin Nawfal. Well, I don't mean anything. That's what Mary's dealing with here, right? Because the Quran doesn't seem to know what Muslim means. That's the only explanation for why it keeps giving all these different answers. The Quran declares 4 different people or groups of people to be the first Muslim, none of which
actually a lot more if you really pay attention. It's pretty amazing.
is Waraka, right? Literally. This is not an answer. So you've just offered an answer that the Quran doesn't offer. Are you saying that you know better than your God? Yeah, I mean, he calls other people the first Muslim. So why are you giving a different answer? Oh, right, because you have to define the term because your God can't. He's incompetent.
All right.
You starting to see the problem here? You're smarter than your God.
Yep. So if we delve into what that Syriac word that was borrowed meant, it means to dedicate oneself or possibly something one owns to the service of God or the church. It was related to pious voluntary dedication. You can check out Jeffrey's Foreign Vocabulary of the Quran, his entry on Aslama for that. While Jeffrey has made mistakes, this one isn't one of them. So the Arabic parallel natively meant to surrender oneself or to surrender something, especially after a battle when one is defeated, or if you have to hand over someone to their doom and that kind of thing. Like, why are you surrendering me to my enemies, kind of thing? Why are you handing me over to my enemies? That sort of thing. Oh, I have been conquered by such and such tribe, and I must surrender all my goods to live. So while it has aspects of submission, really it actually means absolute surrender. It doesn't mean anything like a pious voluntary dedication. And this idea of this inherent violence and that this is kind of wrest from you really is something that pervades Islamic ideology, because it was a violent, the sense of the word was already violent in Arab culture. And so it maintained these violent overtones as it, even in this borrowed sense. So the heavy issue, is that it had a heavily different sense than what an Arab hearing it would have assumed in the context. And yet, whenever the term was borrowed and was Arabicized in a number of forms, this existing technical vocabulary reverted to the meaning in pagan Arab culture. It did not maintain its meaning of a pious voluntary dedication. So here's the question: is Allah too stupid to know what the word means?
Yes.
Or conversely, if you're a Muslim, you could say Christians who introduced the word to express a specific idea, they were somehow destined by Allah to want to express a wrong meaning, only to be miraculously corrected in what they should have been saying all along whenever it got borrowed back into when it got borrowed into Arabic. I mean, that's really what you have to argue from, because it doesn't have the same meaning in
so the question on the table is, does Allah know what it means?
These questions are very healthy.
That's very healthy questions. Muslims should be asking themselves this instead of just making comments like Muslim in the chat that is as dumb as bricks. If I say I'll be the first to eat, does that mean I'll be the first person to ever eat? Well, is that what the Quran says? Does someone stand up and say I'll be the first Muslim? If not, then why are you drawing this comparison? Is it because you don't understand language, or is it because you're trying to deceive others? When you say I'll be the first to eat, it's obvious there is a understood background by the people hearing it, that there's a meal on the table or whatever, or the meal is about to be prepared, and you'll be the first to take a bite of it. No one is confused by that. Yet you're so confused that you can't answer the question.
All right.
He said,
So
he said maybe Adam. He doesn't know, right? He can't tell me who's the first Muslim. Maybe Adam, except the Quran never calls Adam a Muslim.
well, it does
Weird.
call him. It does call him uh, several things that would cause you to believe that
Imply,
he's a Muslim. So we'll go into all of that, but it does not say the explicit word Muslim. But
and we
yeah,
know that the
there's
criteria is exact words. You have to have the exact words or it doesn't count.
yeah. Then you're down to two, but or actually you're still down to a number of really odd ones. You can also technically sorcerers were Muslim before Moses was, believe it or not. But let's keep moving on before we talk about how sorcerers were Muslim before Moses was, which is pretty funny. So the issue here is that very frequently words that exist in a religious technical sense in a different language are borrowed into Arabic, and they are given a different meaning without any awareness that they had an established meaning, while being aware that they are a technical religious term. And so this really shows up as a malapropism, meaning that it looks like it looks like Allah is misusing words. If he's not trying to use big words and messing them up, then what's actually going on here? Did the word that had an existing meaning, is somehow that meaning wrong? How could that even work? How could that be that an existing meaning is wrong and needs to be corrected by Arabic? That is insane, but that's kind of the thing that Muslims are reduced to arguing whenever Muhammad and Allah uses words in a way, borrowed words and borrowed senses in a way that they were never used before ever. So, whoops, wrong way. So the Quran, begins with the base literal meaning of absolute surrender in context to Allah. It's not a very early word at all. Muhammad only seems to become aware of it during the second Meccan period in Old Case chronology. And this is also important. The appearance of new terms and new ideas as Muhammad's career progresses shows evidence that Islam is being made up as he goes along, and new terms are being brought in whenever he learns about them, just like new stories are brought in whenever he learns about them. You never get a sense, if you read things in order, that the early surahs describe a mindset that is compatible with the later ones. They're different belief systems. They're different Allahs. They're different everything. I mean, the first one isn't even Allah. So over time, the usage becomes more exclusive within the Quran. It stops being used in a general sense of all believers, even though it's never denied that Jews and Christians are Muslims. In fact, it's sometimes explicitly asserted that some of them at least are. At the same time, whenever it's talking about, oh, you all must become Muslim, suddenly that means you must follow me, Muhammad. You must surrender. Surrender, surrender, surrender. You must surrender to whom? To Muhammad is what it is in context. Whereas before, you get more of a sense of, I'm here on team Jews and Christians with those who have surrendered, which is the same term that was always used for us. And then later on, whenever Muhammad talks about it in isolation, he kind of pushes toward this idea that it's to him. It really is to him and not to anyone else or to anything else. And it's important that you have to realize that Muslims are obligated to disbelieve in obvious massive theological revision that takes place as the Quran is revealed, because the Quran is supposed to be atemporal. It's supposed to be outside of time. The Arabic is supposed to be perfect, meaning that the Arabic words can't change meaning or have slippery definitions, because again, it's supposed to be out of time, it's supposed to be perfect, and gradual revelation should address contemporary issues of the Ummah. So whatever the question that he's dealing with now, it shouldn't deal with changes in meaning or in changes of vocabulary itself. So the Quran's words really shouldn't and can't, if you're Muslim, have unstable meanings. The introduction of new words and of new ideas, like theological ideas that are very different from previous ideas, really shouldn't be there. And the fact that you see this kind of changing, shifting ideas, shifting focuses, shifting meanings, shows that the Quran is not what it presents itself to be. It's something other than what it tells you that it is. So here are some examples of Meccan and Medinan usage. I have no examples from the early Meccan period because Muhammad was not aware of the existence of this word during the first section of his Meccan career, only afterwards. So first time it appears chronologically, is in Surah 15. It says, perhaps those who disbelieve will wish that they had surrendered or become Muslim, as it's often translated. And by a lot of the, like Sahih International, the people who want you to believe that this word had the full meaning of a Muslim at that time. And in Surah 21, it appears again, say, it is revealed unto me only that your God is one God. Do you then surrender? And this is Muhammad asking in both of these places. Muhammad saying that the people will have wished that they surrendered, and then Muhammad saying to the other Meccans, I'm saying that Allah is only one God. Do you surrender to that? And then again, in that same context, it's demanding the surrender of the Meccans to Muhammad and his revelation. Then if they do not answer, you know that it's been sent down with God's knowledge and there's no God but he, so have you surrendered again? Then in the late Meccan period, you get a little bit that seems to be starting to use it more like it's a group identity. And because it is just a form of a word that is just a word form, it is not crystal clear when it should be translated as Muslim and when it should be translated as surrender or surrendered, or a surrendered one or something like that. But it seems to have a more definite sense as you go along. So the first one, it's more about the action, and it appears to be more and more like the identity. Here's an important one. So whoever Allah wants to guide, he expands his breast to Islam, to surrender. And here, that seems to be developing more of a sense of kind of a proper word rather than just something that's descriptive, though technical, but just merely descriptive. And to whosoever he wants to misguide, he makes his breast tight and constricted as though he were climbing the sky. Thus does Allah place defilement upon those who do not believe. And then here's another one, which really seems to kind of be at a true tipping point. And these Moses, he places in Moses' mouth many times the idea that they must become Muslims or they must surrender. And it really seems to be in this context that the idea of it as an identity rather than just a technical descriptive word appears to be more solidified. And Moses said, "Oh, my people, if you believed in Allah, then rely upon him, if you should be Muslims." And then after the Battle of Uhud, Ibrahim was not a Jew or a Christian, but he was a Hanif, a Muslim, and he was not one of the polytheists. And this one appears quite important because Hanif and a Muslim, because of the parallel here, it really appears linguistically that this is not just a surrendered one, but truly using this as an identifier in a much less ambiguous way. It seems quite clear, like almost all of the translations will go Muslim here because of it being placed right after a Hanif and then a surrendered one, a Muslim, that it seems to be used in this very definite sense.
So what you're saying is that the term evolved over time, right? It started as a fairly generic description and evolved
Well, it was a technical description, but it was still generic. Like he thought he was using
it wasn't specific to the religion of Muhammad, is what I mean by generic. right? It's
Right.
not something that would be used to identify one person as belonging to a particular religious cult, but rather it was a term that had definite meaning and it had specific meaning, but wasn't applied to one religion, which is kind of what Gazwas says the meaning is here. He says Muslim just means one who submits to God, not just followers of Muhammad. We believe all prophets were Muslims. The angels are Muslims. Even there are jinn Muslims. First of all, Mary, you can clarify that whether there's a difference between angels and jinn, but the real point here is that he's going to commit a fallacy. He's going to equivocate, right? He's going to sub in this definition. He's simultaneously going to tell us that we're not Muslims, right? And he'd be correct, we're not Muslims, that we don't follow the religion of Muhammad. And then also say that we are, because he can't distinguish when the Quran uses these terms because there's not enough context to know what the Quran means. Even though it's perfectly clear and explains itself in detail, there's not enough actual context. So you just kind of have to guess what the author of the text means when he says Muslim. So he's partially correct, right? He's partially correct, but he's failing to understand why this is a problem. And he's especially failing to understand that he's being way smarter than his God, who actually doesn't understand that there's different usages of the term.
Yeah, and one thing that you do have to be careful is that a lot of Muslims will use this to say that Jews and Christians are not Hanifs or Muslims. But if you look at the timeline, the followers of Asa, years after this verse, were called Muslims, or we are surrendered ones, right? They're called the same thing years after. The point that he's actually trying to make here is that Ibrahim does not belong to the faction or party or division of Jew or Christian. So he's regarding that as a faction that is not something other than a Hanif or a Muslim, but is a faction of them. And Muhammad is claims to be against factionalism, and that you should have unity in the Ummah, and that they all should follow him because he's the current prophet and all of this stuff that he. Even though he goes back and forth on this, like he literally goes back and forth, because even after this, declaring the evils of factionalism, later than this, he goes on to say that Allah says that he deliberately created different groups of people so that you can compete in virtue. But you can't read from this that he's saying that he is trying to connect either Jew or Muslim to an associator. That's what the polytheist is. But rather, they're saying that, oh, while he wasn't a Jew and he wasn't a Christian, he was still that pure monotheist, a Hanif, a Muslim, which is his word that he's using here as a pure monotheist, and that he wasn't one of the associators. So essentially saying my group is like him because we don't associate with either Jews or Christians, but we are of this, we're not from those factions, but we are of this larger group, the Hanif Muslim group. So after the conquest of Mecca, there was a group of Najran Christians who came up to talk to Muhammad. And in that context, a large portion of Surah 5 was revealed. And in this, and this was, a lot of this was in response to the absolute decimation of Muhammad's claims that the Christian coalition made. They just destroyed him and pointed out how he was accidentally teaching Trinitarian theology because he didn't know what he was saying, and a bunch of other things, and that he was affirming the deity of Christ because he didn't know what the words he was using meant. And as he was trying to recover from this and react from this, at first he goes, oh, well, it's fine that the Jews and the Christians both reject me, even though I've said all along that they will both confirm what I've said and will both say that in our scripture it says the same thing as you. Rather, we should all, Allah made for each of us a path and an open way, and we should compete in virtue, and it's Allah's will that each should stand upon their own scripture, because he's trying to save face and to ignore the fact that he's been saying all along that their scriptures agree. And now, he's had Jews who have said that they haven't agreed. And he just said, well, these Medinan Jews are jealous and they're lying. And then they have Christians who have never had any contact with him who are like, no, you're full of it, dude. You're just making stuff up. He's like, oh, well, they just don't understand their text, right? It's basically what he's trying to go to here. But as part of this, he still says that, he's still affirming that the followers of his Jesus are Muslims. And then there's later still, remember Surah 9 at the very, very end. And this is about hypocrites who swear by Allah that they do not say, and then this is from Sahih International, so it says anything against the Prophet, that's from the top of Sierra. While they said the word of disbelief, then disbelieved after their pretense of Islam and planned with that which they were not to attain. So this is about hypocrites. This is not about Jews or Christians, but rather about pagans who are saying stuff that they don't, later indicated that they didn't actually believe the words that they said, but were saying them for convenience or because Muhammad paid them off or whatever. So
I want to point out that Muslim is crying in the chat about people being off topic, which they weren't, because we did talk about bathroom jinns. So when people were talking about bathroom jinns, they weren't off topic. And he also whined that people were asking him why Allah prays. But as Gunstar pointed out, we're discussing who the first Muslim was, and Allah prays, indicating he might be a Muslim. So that is indeed actually how the topic came up. Which Muslim would know if he had his volume on and he was listening and paying attention? He might have his volume on, but he certainly is not listening and paying attention because it is too difficult for him to type and to listen at the same time. So he needs to turn off his chat and start concentrating and paying attention, because he keeps asking questions saying he doesn't understand. He doesn't get your point. Well, you'll get the point if you try a little harder and concentrate. I know it goes against your nature. I know it's not something you're used to doing, but just get rid of the distractions, right? Close the chat box, concentrate, and you'll understand. I promise.
All right. So there's also a huge error in the Quran, because Muhammad is certain that this term is one that appears in previous scripture and that were named. And again, this shows the development of the idea of surrendered ones from merely being a description to being a name and an identifier in some way, even though it was running parallel with believer and Hanif and all the rest of them, that this was a name for people who follow the one true God, Allah. So in 2278 we find, and strive in his cause as ye ought to strive. And by the way, this means wage jihad violently, by the way, because he has chosen you and imposed no difficulties upon you in religion. It is the cult of your father Abraham. It is he who named you Muslims both before and in this. So you are named Muslims in this, meaning the Quran, what's happening now, what's being revealed, but also before in Revelation. So in the previous scriptures, you ought to be called Muslims. We ought to find that same word, its semantic parallel in the Hebrew text, and the same meaning in the Greek text. We should find that, but we don't, because it was a church word. It was not a biblical word. That the messenger may be a witness for you, and you may be witnesses for mankind, etc., etc., etc. So this is important to indicate a time period when this alteration occurred, or this kind of sliding into this meaning occurred. Let's see, and that is in the Medinan period, right? Whenever, I was saying that, look, first Meccan period, or the middle Meccan period, the first Meccan period in which it appeared, it was very clearly just a description. Although technical, it was a description, and later on it got more of a name sense. This is the Medinan period. It is now a name whenever it wasn't before, and he goes so far as to assert that it was in previous scripture. Now, explaining that this is a Christian word but not a biblical word, I can say, for example, if you borrow the word sacristy, the place, vestry, here we go. Since I can't say sacristy, there we go, sacristy from English, and then declare that it is God who named the liturgical storehouse of the church a sacristy, and that's in previous revelation, that would be untrue. No, it isn't. It's people who made up this name, and I misspelled it twice. That was quite impressive. So, no, it is sacristy. I'm really confused. I thought it was sacristy. Anyway, we'll call it vestry then. It's the same. It's the same thing. But it'd be like borrowing the word vestry and saying that it is God who named the vestry in this and previously. No, God didn't name it. People did when they needed a name for a particular concept that existed, but it's new and being expressed over and over and over again. So they needed a word for a special dedication, a pious dedication to God in that language, and so they came up with this word and used it consistently. It became a religious word. Even same thing with the word liturgy. You can't find the word liturgy in the Bible. And yet you find it all the time in Christian circles because it's a Christian word for things that we need names for in our practice of our religion, even though it's not in the Bible. So Allah has no idea what is in previous scripture. And that's really important because he's saying that the name Muslim is found in this previous scripture, and it's just not. So we're going to go and answer that question from Option 1 again. Who is that first Muslim ever? Who is it according to the Quran? Now, the easy answer is Muhammad, because it says right here multiple times in Surah 6, also in Surah 39, that he in fact is the first Muslim. Say, shall I choose for a protecting friend other than Allah, the originator of the heavens and the earth, who feedeth and is never fed? Say, I'm ordered to be the first to surrender unto him. And that's the same word, the same Islam Muslim word, the first Muslim. I'm ordered to be the first to become Muslim.
Yeah, so a verbal form, right?
Yes, it's a verbal form of that same word. And be not thou of the idolaters. So it switches apparently to Allah's own words after that, after the say, and now it switches back to Allah speaking. So, and then again in that same surah, say, verily my Lord hath directed me in the right way, a true religion, the sect of Abraham the Orthodox. He was no idolater. Say, verily in my prayers and my worship and my life and my death are dedicated unto Allah, Lord of all creatures. He hath no companion. Thus I have been commanded. I am the first Muslim. I am the first Muslim. He's saying that he's the first.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
what is the context here?
Yeah, Muslim claims that there's context to it, but he
what
also
is the
claimed earlier
in this text.
Yeah, well, he also claimed earlier, well, actually, I claim isn't even really right, admitted earlier that he didn't know what verses we were talking about. He kept begging to know the verses. Yet he magically knows that there is context, which makes it clear that he doesn't mean in an absolute sense.
Now,
I don't see a context. I see no context that says anything different than Muhammad being the absolute first Muslim. It's not at all equivalent to someone putting food on the table and you saying, I will be the first to take a bite of that food, like you claimed earlier. Not at all equivalent. There's a obvious context when someone puts food on the table.
And you will explain how the arguments for context don't actually work very, very clearly. So say, O Muhammad, lo, I am commanded to worship Allah, making religion pure for him, and I am commanded to be the first of those who are Muslims in Pixel. So I'm commanded to be the first Muslim. Muhammad says it 3 different times in 3 different ways.
Yeah, that last one there, it goes through effort to make it clear that it's absolute first, right? Because that's like a kind of awkward phrase to make sure that there's no ambiguity about whether or not this is. Oh, I'm the first to declare himself to be a Muslim today at this particular place among this crowd. No, that's not what it means at all. That there would have to be context that a reader could understand in order for that argument to make sense. So tell us what that context is. Don't just say there's context. Tell us the context. Say the previous verses say blah, 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 and this shows that it's only talking about in Arabia or whatever else you think the context is. But of course, you don't actually think that, you don't even know what the supposed context is because you literally just made up those words without even knowing what the verse said.
Now, it must be, whenever we understand what something means in the Quran, we understand it preferentially from the Quran. And we know that to be a believer is to be a Muslim. So the true religion with Allah is Islam. It is this surrendering. Those who were given the book were not at variance except after knowledge came to them, being insolent to one another. And this wording is really awkward, but what it's saying that they didn't fight with one another having had knowledge, except for the reason that they are insolent. So insolence is the only reason they're in disagreement. And whosoever disbelieves in God's signs, Allah is swift at reckoning. And so this is saying that in the revelation that was given to previous people, those who had the book, they had Islam clearly. And the only reason that they argued is insolence, not because the book was unclear, not because they had different books. Their book, the book that came to them, their revelation was in agreement. That's how revelation is confirmed, because it's confirmed because it's in agreement miraculously with the previous revelation. There is no variance in the text. Rather, they're all to be the only true religion with Allah is Islam. So if you are a believer in Allah, you have Islam, you are Muslim. Another one says, whosoever desires another religion than Islam, it shall not be accepted of him. In the next world, he shall be among the losers. So everyone, according to the Quran, everyone who believes, who is guided, who is a Hanif, all of those things, they are all Muslims. Because if you are believing in Allah without association, that's what being a Muslim is, according to the Quran itself. Now, believing, in fact, is higher than merely surrendering. So there are two terms, the believer, mu'min, and then there is a Muslim. So which one's higher, mu'min or Muslim? Mu'min is higher and is encompassing of surrendering, but involves more faith, basically. So here's the verse that explicitly lays this out. The Arabs say, we are muqamin, believers. Say, you have not believed. What you should say are, we are Muslims, surrenderers, until belief is established in your hearts. If you obey Allah and His Messenger, He will not put any of your works to waste. Allah is the forgiver, most merciful. So just being a Muslim is sufficient for salvation, but being a believer is a higher degree and better than merely being a Muslim. Again, so to be a Muslim is a subset, or excuse me, to be a believer is a subset of the group that are Muslims. That's what the little bit of math down there is saying. So all believers are Muslims, like all A is B, but not all Muslims are believers. Not all B is A. So a little bit of taste of math there.
So Muslim, right? He says, what verse is he quoting? So he's paying so little attention that he doesn't even know that you're a female and you're the one quoting it. He doesn't know that you quoted multiple different verses. And then he says, after saying, are you talking about 6:14? And I asked him to give his, he said it was he didn't have to explain the context because it was common sense. I said, if it's common sense, why don't you just explain the context? What does he say? Read Ibn Kathir Tafsir on 6:14. Your career is over, Thaddeus. Oh, really? So Ibn Kathir is now your God? Ibn Kathir is able to explain himself so well that you can't quote the Quran, you can't make an argument, you can't even quote Ibn Kathir, you just have to tell me that I should read Ibn Kathir. Let me guess, you have no idea what Ibn Kathir says on 614. You literally just said any random thing to avoid having to make an argument for what this context that shows that this is not absolute.
All right. So there is one person I forgot who is expressly a believer. He is Allah, the one who there is no God but He, the sovereign, the holy one, the giver of peace, the believer. This says believer. Look at the word al-muqmin, muqmin, not the giver of security, the believer. Allah Himself is a believer, and as we know elsewhere, as all you constantly say that Allah is to send His prayers upon Muhammad. He is not only a believer, but he is a one who prays, and that's one of the things that you're supposed to do to be a believer, which is kind of amusing. But yes, Allah is the very first Muslim, since he is a believer. All Muslims, or all, excuse me, all believers are Muslims. Muhammad is a believer, therefore Muhammad is a Muslim. So now let me look at another one, and I will talk about the various attempts to cope on this. So in another one, now again, not called a Muslim, but if you look at what's being described here, that Adam and the angels, if you can bring up my screen again.
Oh, I thought I did. Sorry.
Because I switched over.
Yep.
I had forgotten about about Allah being a believer and therefore having to be a Muslim because he is a believer. If we switch over here, we see that Adam and angels, they are the first believers ever, other than Allah Himself, because thy Lord said to the angels, I will create a vice-regent or successor on earth. Actually means successor. They said, wilt thou place therein one who will make mischief therein and share blood, while we do celebrate thy praises and glorify thy holiness? He said, I know what ye know not, and behold, we said to the angels, bow down to Adam, and they bowed down. Not so Iblis, refusing, he was haughty, he was of those who reject faith. So there is a contrast here between those who accept faith, who have faith, and those who reject. So the ones who bow down, in context here, are those who have faith. Those who have faith is another name for people who are believers and who are therefore Muslims. So the angels except Iblis are Muslims. We said, O Adam, dwell thou and thy wife in the garden, etc., etc., etc. And Adam learnt from his word words of inspiration. And again, all the Islamic scholars agree that if you get words of inspiration, that means that you must necessarily be a Muslim because you are a guided one. Guided people are the only people who receive inspiration from God, and Adam receives words of inspiration. Therefore, he must be a believer, which means that he must be among the Muslims who are in a less exclusive group than believers. So, all believers are Muslims. Adam and the angels are believers. Adam and the angels are Muslims before Muhammad. Islam, debunk number 4. If you want to include Allah in there, he would be pre-4. He would be 3.99999 or something like that. So, Noah and miscellaneous prophets are also believers because they also receive inspiration. We have sent the inspiration, that's to Muhammad, and we sent it to Noah and the messengers after him, Abraham, Ismail, Isaac, Jacob, the tribes, Jesus, Job, Jonah, Aaron, and Solomon, and to David. We gave the Psalms, which actually means palm leaves, by the way. Literally. And so all of these folks, these must be believers since they are receiving inspiration, they are guided, they're Muslims. And again, another word that is a synonym, we gave him, that would be Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, all three guided. And before him, we guided Noah, and among his progeny, David, Solomon, Joseph, Job, Joseph, Moses, and Aaron. Now, this is important because this uh, talks to uh, the progeny not of Noah, but this is the progeny of Abraham in context. These are among the progeny of Abraham, aside from Isaac and Jacob, who are guided. David, Solomon, Job, Joseph, Moses, and Aaron. Keep this in mind. According to the Quran, Moses and Aaron and Joseph are the progeny of Abraham, because we have two different groups, the before him and the before Abraham and the progeny of Abraham, contextually and grammatically in this. So the figure on the left here is this is Jonah getting swallowed by a fish. I was just amused by that. This is, of course, Iblis not bowing. And then over here we have Muhammad, and some Muslim scratched his face out, even though a Muslim drew it.
So just so you know, everyone, Muslim who ended my career by saying read Ibn Kathir without any explanation whatsoever, says that he gave a perfectly reasonable explanation. I don't know if that reasonable explanation was Ibn Kathir says something, or that perfectly reasonable explanation was, if I say I'm the first to eat, that's exactly equivalent to what the Quran does. But he most certainly has not given a reasonable explanation. He just gave a bad analogy, which was thoroughly refuted, and I appealed to authority, I guess. He didn't actually say what Ibn Kathir said. He just said, read Ibn Kathir. But for the sake of argument, let's say that Ibn Kathir says that Muhammad obviously wasn't the first Muslim in the world, because I know this theologically, therefore the verse must mean something else. That's not an explanation from the Quran. Is the Quran detailed? Is it perfectly clear? Does it explain itself?
I will explain why the various, even if you say that, oh, it meant this, why those are impossible explanations. I will explain why you cannot say this and why it is impossible in the way the Quran talks about things. And part of that is understanding who the progeny of Abraham are, who the progeny of Abraham is according to the Quran. Remember, Moses, Joseph, and Aaron are the progeny of Abraham in the Quran. Now, again, all believers are Muslims. Abraham, Ismail, Isaac, Jacob, the tribes, Jesus, Joseph, Job, Jonah, Aaron, Solomon, David, and Noah are all believers before Muhammad. Therefore, they are all Muslims before Muhammad. Now, here are more explicit statements about Abraham and his sons being Muslims. So, Abraham, Abraham and Ismail are supposedly hanging around building the Kaaba in a lopsided manner out in the Hijaz, because they have teleported there magically 1,500 miles from where they actually live. And now they're saying that, oh Lord, and make us both submissive, Muslims surrendering to thee, and raise from our offspring a nation surrendering in an Islamic sense to thee, and show us our ways of devotion, etc., etc., etc. And then we have, and who forsakes the religion of Abraham, but he who makes himself a fool, and most certainly we chose him in this world and in the hereafter, most certainly among the righteous. That means Abraham is being chosen, not that the fool is being chosen as the righteous. When his Lord said to him, be a Muslim, or surrender yourself, he said, I surrender myself, or I make myself a Muslim to the Lord of the worlds, or the sentient beings. And at the same time did Ibrahim enjoin upon his sons, and upon his sons and Jacob, O my sons, surely Allah has chosen for you Iman, faith. Therefore, do not die unless you are Muslims. Nay, we are your witnesses. When death visited Jacob, he said to his sons, What will you serve after me? Remember, this is Jacob speaking to his sons. Who are among the sons of Jacob? All right, so we have Joseph, who's among the sons of Jacob, by the way. What will you serve after me? They said, we will serve your God and the God of your fathers, Abraham and Ishmael and Isaac, one God only, and to him do we submit. So there's this continuous chain of Muslims from the descendants of Abraham according to the Quran. They're Muslims, the descendants of Abraham. So
We do have a new Muslim in the chat. Ayub Hassan says, debunking Islam is like scooping out water from an ocean using a spoon. And I think Houston got this exactly right, that he's admitting that there's so many errors and so many contradictions in Islam that when you point one out, it's just like a tiny little spoonful from the vast sea of errors in Islam. And, Ayub might be correct. He says that trying to debunk Islam has no effect, yeah, or no significance, yeah, because Muslims don't care about facts, right? You don't care about truth. One error should be enough to prove Islam false, but you don't care, right? It doesn't have any bearing on you. It doesn't matter. I don't care how false Allah is. I don't care how false Muhammad is. As long as I get to do what I want to my women, that's all that matters to me. And I do want to keep my head on, so I better stay in Islam. All of those facts have no significance to me. I don't care about facts whatsoever. And he kind of proved my point while I was talking by saying, oh, Islam, 1.9 billion in 2022, 2.2 billion in 2024. Okay, first of all, those are made up numbers. You just invented those off the top of your head. But let's pretend, let's just say of the last 0.3 billion added to the total number of people in Islam, how many were births and how many were conversions?
now, look, Islam is the most apostatized religion in the world because according to Muhammad, everyone's born a Muslim and then they're made to not be Muslim by their parents. So everyone in the world is Muslim at birth. So it's the most apostatized religion that has ever existed.
And indeed, as Mufti Menk says, and I was looking for it, but I don't see it right here. I got to figure out where it is. But he says Islam as perhaps the most left religion. And he doesn't even mean in this silly sense of everyone's born a Muslim. He actually means that more people apostatize from Islam than anyone else or any other religion. So there you go. There you go.
All right. So again, according to the Quran itself, Adam is first by linear time. Noah must be a believer as he is guided and has inspiration. Abraham, Ishmael, Jacob, and Isaac are explicitly Muslims, and so are their descendants, including Jacob's children, which includes Joseph. Moses, Job, Aaron, the tribe, Solomon, David, Jonah, and Jesus are all guided too. Muhammad is the first Muslim by explicit statement. So Muhammad is first, except for all of these other characters. And of course, Allah himself, since he is a believer. Now, Moses is the first to be a believer ever, according to the Quran. So when Moses came to the place appointed by us, and his Lord addressed him, saying, "Oh, my Lord," or he said to Allah, supposedly, "Oh, my Lord, show thyself to me that I may look upon thee." And Allah said, "By no means canst thou see me directly, but look upon the mount. If it abide in its place, then thou shalt see me." When his Lord manifested his glory on the mount, he made it as dust, and Moses fell down in a swoon. When he recovered his senses, he said, "Glory be to thee I turn in repentance, and I am the first to believe." Now, this is supposed to be at the Mount, at Al-Tur, at the Mount of Sinai, okay? This is supposed to be at the Mount of Sinai while he's with all the people. So this is after the Exodus. He declares himself to be the first to believe. So he's already called the Pharaoh to follow Allah, and has defeated the Pharaoh and has left Egypt. But now, finally, he declares that he is the first to believe, which is pretty hilarious. I believe that this is being paralleled here, that this was crammed in here because Muhammad declared that he was the first Muslim quite late in the Meccan period, that I'm the first Muslim, I'm the first Muslim, very late. And so people were like, well, why are you saying that you're the first Muslim all of a sudden? I thought we were all Muslims. And so he's like, oh, well, Moses kind of said pretty much the same thing. So,
and amazingly, Muslim who admitted that he had no clue what any of these verses were immediately has a reaction as soon as you say something that he knows the correct interpretation of this verse that he's never read before in his life. By his own admission, Moses does not say he's the first to believe ever. He merely claims he's the first of the believers, and knowing the context, one understands he is not claiming to be the first ever believer from, and I assume he ran out of characters. What is that context, Muslim? Tell me the context. Don't just claim there's context. Quote the context that disproves us.
He's the first believer from whom? Is all these people are already following him out in the desert. And suddenly he's declaring himself to be the first to believe. So he's saying, I'm the first to believe of whom? Tell me, of whom? Give me that answer. He is the first to believe of which group?
Okay, so
the children of Israel. Here we go. Here, he's the first to believe of any of the children of Israel. Now let's look at this. They have followed him out into the desert because they believe him. And yet he's the first to believe of any of the children of Israel. Right now, here in the desert, I'm the first to believe because I see this. Because that's what's happening. He sees something, he declares himself, oh, I turn to you in repentance and I am the first to believe. That means that all these people who followed me out while I was telling them to believe in Allah, apparently they don't believe, and I didn't even believe until this moment. That's why it makes no sense. Now, it makes even less sense. Who are the children of Israel descended from? Who is Israel? Muslim. Who is Israel? Tell me what his other name is.
That's pretty funny, right? Yeah, that he's saying children of Israel, and he doesn't even know what the phrase means.
No. Who is Israel? Who is the man whose name is Israel and who has already told his sons, taken from his sons, the same oath of faith? We've already covered this. It's already in here. Who is Israel and who are his sons? Who do they include?
So we leave it to the non-Muslims, the opponents of Islam, to try to come up with an actual explanation. He says, what if first, scholar Denizen says, what if first doesn't mean chronologically first, but greatest?
But it doesn't say I am the first of among the believers. It is verbal form. I am the first to believe. So this is an activity, not like I am the first of the believers. So it's not I'm the first of the ones who have submitted. Like Muhammad in some places, he says in some places the phraseology is more like, well, let's see where I am the first Muslim. Here, that's definitive. But here, the first surrender.
So Muslim had to revise himself, right? He said that what Moses is saying is, I am the first from the sect of the children of Israel, those genetically related to one another. Well, when you point out that wasn't true, he changed his opinion. Another post hoc changing of what it means. He determines what the verse means by how he tries to come to the justification. So he says, well, now it doesn't mean all the children of Israel. It just means the children of Israel at the time of Moses, which doesn't provide any explanation to what Mary said. All these people are following him. They're all believing in his God. And then he says he's the first
right.
to believe
and
at
what
that
if it
moment because of what he saw.
Yeah. What if it explicitly says other people believed, were believers, and are in fact Muslims who are contemporaneous with Moses and are in fact speaking in front of Moses before this point in the narrative. Before he says, I am the first to believe, there are people who believe and state that they believe and are Muslims. What then? He's saying that I am the first to believe. I return to the and repentance, and I am the first to believe. He has to be the first, or else he's a liar.
Oh,
He
but
never
Mary.
says that I am the first of my people to believe. He says I am the first.
Mhm. But
So
well, and
I am giving the
plus
context,
he,
Muslim.
yeah,
I'm giving
plus
the
Muslim had to deny his own claim about what the verse meant. He claimed that Moses was the first from
of the
all of the children of Israel. That was his exact words, all the children of Israel. His
yep.
words, not yours. And then as soon as you pointed out that was false, he changed what the verse meant. In other words, he's not making any attempt to understand what the verse is saying. He's just trying to come up with some sort of explanation to justify his belief in the false prophet Muhammad. So he says, Mary, you didn't, it doesn't say ever. If it doesn't say ever, if it doesn't say that exact word ever, then it couldn't mean ever.
So anyway, I've added another line in here. We have Adam, linear time, of course, Allah himself by linear time. Noah, Abraham, Ishmael, Isaac, Jacob, and so are their descendants. Now, Jacob is called Israel. That's his other name. And Jacob, in that narrative we just read, he gathered his sons and he spoke to his sons and took the oath from them that they will be Muslims. So the children of Israel all took an oath to Israel that they would be Muslims, by the way, boys and girls. Moses here is the first believer by explicit statement, and then a whole bunch of other people between Moses and Muhammad are all guided too, and Muhammad is the first Muslim, again, by explicit statement. Now, Isa's disciples are Muslims and believers. When Jesus found unbelief on their part, he said, "Who will be my helpers to the work of Allah?" Said the disciples, "We are Allah's helpers. We believe in Allah and do bear witness that we are Muslims." Thus, by implication, this Isa is also a Muslim and a believer, because otherwise they wouldn't be answering, "We believe in Allah and we are Muslims," to his question. So, it's also quite interesting that both Solomon and Queen of Sheba are Muslims. So whenever they're having their interaction, this is part of it. "Oh, it is from Solomon, and lo, it is in the name of Allah, etc., etc. Exalt not yourselves against me, but come unto me as those who surrender." So when she came, this is Queen of Sheba, it was said unto her, "Is thy throne like this?" She said, "It is though it were the very one." And Solomon said, "We were given the knowledge before her, and we had surrendered." So Solomon is saying that we have surrendered to Allah because we got knowledge and we surrendered to Allah. We became Muslims. Said to her, entered the hall, and she saw that she was tricked by this hall, and she thought it was water. And so because Allah tricked her into thinking that the ground was water, she surrendered to Solomon to Allah. So she has become a Muslim too.
So get this. Muslim is actually emulating his God and being very unclear, even though when he says very clear words, he actually means the exact opposite of what he says. He says, "I didn't tell you what I meant by children of Israel. It's your fault for assuming that I meant the normal meaning when I literally said all the children of Israel. I meant some of them, just a few at the exact time of Moses. That's what
I
I meant when
know.
I said all the children of Israel. I meant a few at the time of Moses. How could you be so stupid as to read me writing all the children to mean all the children and not just some?" And this is
Now,
exactly how he treats the Quran, right? He
well, I mean,
reads
this
an
is how the
obviously
Quran makes
false
this stuff
statement
up.
in the Quran, and then he changes the words to mean the exact opposite and says, "This is obviously what they really mean."
So this is also how Muhammad made stuff up as he went along. As he gets cornered and as he tries to cope, he is making things up. And I think Muhammad got like mocked for declaring this too, and had to shove things in and make things up, because we will see how Muhammad, some of these are almost certainly part of Muhammad's copes rather than anything else. So again, adding a few more, there are other verses saying that Idris, Lot or Lut, Saleh, Hud, who are before Moses for sure, are also, since they're prophets, they must be Muslims. There are other prophets who are kind of jammed in there too, as Muslims too, according to what the Quran says about being a Muslim is. And so we have a whole bunch more that we're not going to go through because they're just little bits saying that yes, they're prophets. And if they're prophets, guess what that means? That means that they are, in fact, Muslims. We also have Solomon, Queen of Sheba, getting in here explicitly as Muslims in here. Now, the first Islamic defense is Muhammad. Moses and Muhammad are the first Muslims among their people. However, Moses' people are from the tribes of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, and they had not forsaken his religion. In fact, we had the children of Israel, the children of Jacob, taking an oath right there, including our buddy Joseph, who is in Egypt. According to the Quran, Joseph ends up in Egypt, and he is a Muslim, a believer, and he is in Egypt, and he is living there, and he is one of the children of Israel. However, it is true that Allah actually is a moron who originally thinks that Moses is an Egyptian. The from Pharaoh's people. This is very clear in the Quran and in the Hadith. That's why Abu Jahl is called the Pharaoh of his people, the Pharaoh of his people. If Abu Jahl is a Pharaoh of his people, who are Abu Jahl's people? The Quraysh. And Muhammad is the Moses of the Quraysh, and Abu Jahl is the Pharaoh of the Quraysh. They have the same relationship of the same body of people. This title would be completely moronic unless Allah thinks that Moses' people are the Egyptians, the people of Pharaoh, that Pharaoh's people, Moses' people are the same. Now, Allah's stupidity does get corrected in 684, and so all Muslims must admit that Moses is from Abraham's people. Thus, he can't be the first believer from among his people. You don't get a first believer every single generation. That makes no sense. Who is the first believer of the Salaf? Like, who is the first official first believer of the Tabayun? There isn't one. That makes no sense. Oh, I'm the first Muslim because I'm the first one who converted after Muhammad died, so I can't be a Sahaba, so I'm the first of the succeeding generation. That makes no sense. None at all.
So this will be probably the last time I interact with Muslim here. And so he said, I didn't say all. I had a comment before that you ignored. So there was a comment in between, which I did actually miss. I found it now. It does not change what he said in any way, shape, or form. But just to be clear, let's read the whole thing of what he said. Moses does not say he is the first believer ever. He merely claims he is the first of the believers. And knowing the context, one understands that he's not claiming to be the first believer ever from humankind, but the first among his people to believe. This is apparent as it is relative term to the believers, and situational context tells us that the believers at the time of Moses were all the children of Israel, and thus we realize Moses is referring to himself as the first to believe among all the children of Israel. How does that change anything? All that you added was the word humankind, which we understood anyway. I admit it. I didn't read that comment. I didn't see it. I'm not perfect. I don't see everything. But it does not change what your message was in any way. You claim that Moses was not the first. He's not saying that he's the first Muslim from all of humanity, but he's the first Muslim from all of the children of Israel, just like we told you. Is that what your claim was? And then we showed you that claim was false, and then you changed it to I didn't mean all. When I said all, I meant only those at his own time. So instead of sitting there and lying and playing word games, I suggest you think, you turn your brain on, you stop spamming the chat, and you actually listen to what is being said, because you literally accused me of misrepresenting your argument when I gave the exact argument that you made and attributed to you in the comment I didn't read.
And I did look it up. It's not first to believe because I decided to actually look at the Arabic. It's the first of the believers, but the word first is former or previous or early. It's not preeminent. So it's
all right. Yep. So unless Muslim gets an actual argument,
ancient, original, former, forefathers, original, not the most preeminent. So It is the noun believers, but it is the first is meaning first in time.
So he's changing his answer once again. He didn't mean the words that he wrote. He meant essentially the first. Like he was one of the
He's
first.
not essentially the first, and we will show that he is not the first in his generation either.
Well,
According
he
to
wrote
the
this no
Quran.
doubt before you just gave the dictionary definition, right? So now he's going to change to a fourth different argument as to what the verse really means in his next comment and claim that's what he always meant. Instead of playing these stupid games, Muslim, start giving actual arguments by quoting your Quran. I'm not going to interact with any more bare assertions that you make. You must provide evidence by quoting the Quran, or I will not interact with you any further.
Now, by the way, the Quran explicitly says it is a Pharaoh who made factions from his people, abasing one and elevating the other. And that is the origin of Moses's people from the original description of them in the Quran. So Muhammad and Allah originally believe that there is one people group, one ummah, one tribe of Pharaoh. And Pharaoh is the one who divided his people into two groups from the one that it was. It was one, only one. Pharaoh took away some of them and said, you people from among our people, from among the group, you are the abased ones. And this is where Moses came from. Now, later on, because Muhammad got called out for this idiocy, he corrected it. But in a number of instances, like where it says that prophets only speak in their own language, they only come to their own people, who they are sent to their own people. Who was our buddy Musa sent to? He was sent to Pharaoh. Pharaoh must be Musa's people if Musa was sent to Pharaoh. According to the Quranic logic, you're never sent to someone who doesn't speak your language and isn't from your own tribe. And yet he tries to paper over this later on with additional editing and additional fixes. And by the way, this is our super duper Egyptian Musa there dividing the sea. I don't know why he's wearing gold leggings, but apparently he is, because that's what AI thinks he ought to wear. But here is our extra,
that makes him more grand.
Our extra Egyptian Musa here, because according to the Quran, he is from the same people as Pharaoh, and Pharaoh is the one who divided them. The source of Moses' people is Pharaoh's division, according to the Quran. Now, another one, so the second Islamic, this defense continuing, is here's a second rebuttal of that same claim. Abraham is called a Hanif and a Muslim as synonymous terms, which are opposed to being a polytheist. But plenty of other Qurayshis were Hanifs. Zayd ibn Amr, Abu Bakr, Uthman ibn Huwayrith, and Waraqah. Was Waraqah a pagan? Because if he followed Allah, if he was a Hanif, he was a Muslim. So we have this list of a minimum of 5 other people in Muhammad's own circle who were alive during Muhammad's lifetime. They were all Muslims according to the definition of being a Hanif and a Muslim being the same thing. If they aren't the same thing, only some people are Muslims, then why would anyone else before Muhammad claim to be a Muslim? How could you say that anyone was a Muslim? So, because Muhammad was not the first worshiper of Allah alone among the Qurayshis, so if his religion is different from the religion of the Hanifs, he is an innovator bringing something new. If Muhammad is an innovator, then Islam is false because the Quran says he is not an innovator. If Muhammad is not an innovator, then Islam is false because other Qurayshi believers lived before Muhammad and he was not the first even among his people or contemporaneous with himself. This is during his lifetime. During his lifetime, these people are Hanifs, explicitly called Hanifs in the Islamic sources. So, there is an even stupider cope that tries to drill this down to the first to believe among a given generation. Now, the early Quran repeatedly confirms that those with scriptures are believers, of which there are many in Muhammad's generation. And Aaron, so if you're from the same generation as Muhammad, there are tons and tons of people who are Jews and Christians and other monotheists running around out there who are believers. And Aaron from Moses' very family was also, and Aaron was from Moses' very family and also already a believer at the time that Moses declares that he's the linearly first to be a believer. So we also have this dude in the Quran in 40:28. A believer, a man from among the people of the Pharaoh who had concealed his faith. This is right after. So Moses appears in front of the Pharaoh, does some things. And then a believer, a man among the people of Pharaoh who had concealed his faith. So he previously believed, he had hidden his faith. And now he says, will ye slay a man because he said, my Lord is Allah, when he has indeed come to you with clear signs from your Lord? And if he be a liar, then on him is the sin of his life. If he's telling the truth, it will fall on you something of the calamity which he warns you. Truly Allah guides not one who transgresses and lies. O my people, yours is the dominion this day. Ye have the upper hand of the land, but who will help us from the punishment of Allah should it befall us? So he was a believer who had concealed his faith. Apart from Moses having taught anyone, he was already a believer. So in Moses' generation, there's this dude who's a believer who speaks out in favor of Moses when Moses has come. So he is not the first from among his people. There's already this dude who believes and was hiding it. That's why it says who had concealed his faith. He had been hiding it. Not he had just suddenly believed him. He was a believer. He's been hiding his faith. Now he sides with whom? With Moses, who's coming and saying something that he already believes in. So you have to argue that, for example, to be and then some people even try to claim that's the first to be given revelation from their generation. But then you have to argue that Ibn Huwayrith had no access to revelation, that Moses had no access to the supposed book of Abraham, and none of it did any of his people. Waraqah doesn't count as Muhammad's generation, even though he's his wife's first cousin, or to believe means to get revelation directly from Allah, not just have access to revelation. So no one without revelation coming to him can be a believer or a Muslim, which doesn't work either. Because that would mean that only the prophets or only the messengers in the later Islamic term, only the messengers who get a book, they're the only ones who can be a believer or a Muslim, according to that belief. And that's not how this term is used at all. Because remember that Waraqah, what did he have? He had written revelation too. So you can't say that they just didn't have access to revelation, because a lot of these folks clearly did. So Muhammad probably used this first cope and attempted to use it. The Quran seems to have demoted all the other Hanifs to unbelievers to make the cope that first means first to one's people, and ignored the fact, the Hanifs of Muhammad's generation, and ignored the fact that Moses couldn't be the first of his people because he was from Abraham. There are many attempts to fix stupid things in this Moses account because Muhammad clearly got mocked for them. A clumsy fix points to the attempted patches, pretending that Allah knew all along that Moses' people aren't Egyptians, to resolve that first contradiction in one fell swoop here, and 26:43-51. However, it's going to come back and bite Muhammad and Allah in the butt. So Moses said to them, these are the people of Pharaoh, right? Moses said to the sorcerers of Pharaoh, the magicians, throw ye that which ye are about to throw. So they threw their ropes and their rods and said, by the might of Pharaoh, it is we who are certainly went. So they're throwing down their rods, they're turning into snakes, right? And then Moses threw his rod, and behold, it straightway swallows up all the falsehoods which they fake. Then did the sorcerers fall down, prostrate in adoration, saying, we believe in the Lord of Alameen, the Lord of the sentient beings, the Lord of Moses and Aaron. Said Pharaoh, believe ye in him before I give you permission? Surely he is your leader, who has taught you sorcery, that soon shall ye know. Be sure I will cut off your hands and feet at opposite sides. I will crucify you all. They said, no matter for us, for we will but return to our Lord. Only our desire is that our Lord will forgive us our faults, since we are the first to believe. So this may be an attempt to say, oh yeah, we totally know that the people of Pharaoh aren't the people of Abraham, and we're using this to mean the people who believe among their own people, not that I think that he still didn't know that Moses was a descendant of Abraham, but realizing that he's from children of Israel, not from the children of Pharaoh, he's trying to say that, oh, and fix the contradiction of the many first Muslims, first believers, etc., etc. He placed this in the mouths of the sorcerers. They're the first to believe. Oh, so that should suggest that the sorcerers are different people than Moses, and Moses was the first to believe from his people, and the sorcerers are the first to believe from their people, and they're different people, and that clears up everything, right? Except we already have this other guy who was from among the people of the Pharaoh who believed. Okay, so fine, maybe he's from the same people as the sorcerers, but they're a little bit later, right? He's been hiding it. Somehow he knew. Goodness knows why this random Egyptian is of the faith of the Hebrews, but he is. Fine, whatever.
Yeah, that's my favorite of the various claims
Oh,
about
it gets
Muslims. And
better. It gets better. So you
oh
can't.
wait, there's more.
There's more. These sorcerers cannot be other than from the people of Moses, because none believed Moses except some of the children of his people. If we go to Surah 10, Muhammad forgot that he had already said this. Said Pharaoh, bring me every sorcerer well versed. When the sorcerers came, Moses said to them, throw what ye wish to throw. When they had their throw, what ye have brought is sorcery. Allah will surely make it into effect, for Allah prospereth not the work of those who make mischief, and Allah by his words doth prove and establish his truth. However, some sinners may hate it. But none believed in Moses except some of the children of his people.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
So
the sorcerers must be. So the sorcerer. Okay, let's draw this full circle here, right? So these sorcerers, who are Pharaoh's sorcerers, are the first to believe. They believe even before Moses.
Yes.
But they are children of Israel. Then Moses becomes the first among the children of Israel to believe.
Later.
After he already has a large following of people who believe in the message that he is bringing, who are going into the wilderness to worship the same God as him.
Yep.
I'm failing to see any problem here, Mary. This is perfectly coherent.
And this is why it's Islam debunk number 7 of this list, because either the sorcerers didn't believe and the Quran is false, and so Islam is false because it says they did, or the sorcerers did believe and they were from Moses' own people, so when the Quran calls Moses as among the progeny of Abraham, it's false, so Islam is false, or the Egyptians are also from Abraham, so when the Quran says that Moses is the first of believers, it is false, and so Islam is false. Like, no matter where you go, this is utterly ridiculous, because these are Pharaoh's sorcerers. You cannot tell me that Pharaoh's sorcerers are other than the people of Pharaoh, for heaven's sake.
Correct. But I think, so the first part, I think that's completely unreconcilable. But I think that this part is actually reconcilable, because the author of the Quran thinks that the Egyptians and the people of Israel are one and the same.
He did originally, but then there are other things that actually say that they aren't. So by the time the term children of Israel gets introduced, Muhammad had been told that they are other than the Egyptians. Muhammad did not know these terms at that time and thought that they were one people. So there are a number of places where absolutely they must be the same person, because the same people, the same tribe, because again, Moses is sent to them. It says that Pharaoh is the one who divided them into 2 parts, that his people, the people of his land, he divided into two and he abased one of them. They were one before, Pharaoh divided them. He created the children of Israel out of a unified group. Abu Jahl is called the Pharaoh of his people because why? Because he divided his people, the Quraysh, into one part, and one part of them followed Muhammad, the Moses of the Quraysh, and one part of them followed Abu Jahl, the Pharaoh of his people. That's the only way any of this makes sense. But he got called out by the Jews and so had to try to shoehorn in some things that he didn't originally teach. In fact, the only reason that Muhammad comes to the Pharaoh in the original tellings is to call him to Islam and threaten him with destruction if he doesn't come. He does not originally say, send out my people. That gets shoehorned in, and you can tell it gets shoehorned in because immediately after he says, Pharaoh, in one account, he says, like, Pharaoh, send out my people. Pharaoh's like, why is he here? And then Pharaoh and his council are like, oh, it must be because he wants to expel us. Even though like seconds before he said, send out my people. That's because that verse was added in later. And so this conversation, they instantly forget what he said because that's already there in the recitation. And Muhammad can't revise it that heavily without being humiliated. So yes, the Egyptians here are obviously Mo's tribe. Absolutely. So it also gets even better because Joseph is a messenger to Pharaoh's folk too. So as that certain man who is a believer of Pharaoh's folk who had hidden his belief, he goes on and on and on. And Pharaoh says, then this guy says that the certain man, the believer of Pharaoh's folk, is saying that I fear for you, you will see the day of the case of Noah's people, Ad, Thamud, and those after them. And Allah desires not wrong for his servants, O my people, I fear for you, etc., etc., etc. And he said, the day you turn about, retreating, having none to defend you from God, whomsoever Allah leaves astray, no guide has he. So, this is a person from Pharaoh's folk. He's a believer from Pharaoh's folk. But remember, no one believes except the people of Moses's folk. Pharaoh's folk and Moses's, since there's a believer, they're the same folk, or else the Quran is wrong, right? But he says, Joseph brought you the clear signs before. So Joseph was also a messenger. It says, when he perished, Allah will never send forth a messenger after him. Joseph was a messenger to the people of Pharaoh. Yet we know that Joseph is a son of whom? Of Israel, of Jacob. Yet here, and he's explicitly listed as being of the progeny of Abraham in 684. That's why I told you to pay attention. 684, which says that both Moses and Abraham are of, or Moses and Joseph are of the progeny of Abraham. Yet this believer of Pharaoh's folk said that the messenger Joseph came to his own people, to my people. Oh, my people, Joseph came to you. And then, yet we see, and we have sent no messenger save with the tongue of his people, that he might make it clear to them, to his people. So who is he coming to? His people. No messenger comes to anyone except for his own people with their own tongue. And 14:4. We also find, then we sent forth after him messengers to their people, and they brought them the clear signs, but they were not men to believe them that they had cried lies before. So we seal the hearts of the transgressors. So Pharaoh's folk thinks that Joseph is of Pharaoh's folk because Joseph brought signs to them. And this guy of Pharaoh's folk has to be of Musa's people, because they're the only ones who believed him. Isn't this amazing, Thaddeus?
Indeed, it very much is. Sadly, the Muslims in the chat are too busy spamming lies to pay attention to any of this and get all of this logic that shows it beyond a shadow of a doubt that the author of the Quran had no clue what he was talking about, got called on it, and then tried to cover it up. But Mubang here, he told me, not realizing that I could check the complete chat history, told me that he gave 3 contexts about the sons of Israel and Moses. So I asked him, I said, I missed it. Give me them again. And he is refusing to do it. He just says, look down, it contains a lot. I have every single message he has written here on the screen in front of me. No message is more than a couple of words long. If he does not give his 3 references, which supposedly give the context that explains something about something, I don't think he even knows what we're talking about, to be honest. But
No.
if he does not give me 3 references, he will be put in time out for lying about giving references.
All right, guys, and we are nearly at the end because I know this is so hilarious. You got to read what the Quran is actually saying. I know it's so stupid and incoherent that it's hard to pay attention for more than like a few verses, but pay attention to assertions that are made. It's insane. So here's a bonus. Pharaoh himself was a Muslim. Now, who believed Moses at any time? Only a few of his own folk believed him. So, and we brought the children over the sea, and Pharaoh and his host followed them insolently and impetuously till, when the drowning overtook him, he said, I believe that there is no God but he, and in whom the children of Israel believe. I am of those that surrender. So he is a Muslim. He declares himself to be a Muslim. And then Allah says, now and before thou didst rebel, being of those that did corruption, so today we shall deliver thee with or in thy body, so that thou mayest be assigned to those after thee. Surely many men are heedless of our signs. So Allah here is saying that he will be delivered in his body, or with his body, he will be delivered. And guys, there is no sense in which delivering means to be killed. If you are delivered, you are not slaughtered. He was delivered with his body. So he was delivered.
Which
And
means
whole
that
way.
he was mummified. And no one knew about mummification for thousands of years until they suddenly discovered mummies in the 18th century, thus proving that Allah had put this message in here for all Muslims of all time to know that the Quran is true. I think I got that right, Mary?
Yeah.
Other than the facts, of course. But I think I got the stated argument of Muslims correct. Do you see any problems?
Basically,
Do you see any problems with Allah providing evidence for all Muslims that doesn't exist for a couple thousand years? And of course, the reality is that everyone, if they knew one thing about Egypt, they knew that they had mummies, right? It wasn't some kind of mystery that was miraculously revealed in the 18th century or whatever. And as Mary says, the verse clearly means that whatever else it means, it clearly means that the life of the Pharaoh was preserved. It makes no sense if that's not what it means. And yet Muslims, as usual, tell us the Quran means exactly opposite of what it says in order to try to argue for its truth. Weird stuff.
And Mubang, I think he is just trying to copy and paste links. That's the only thing I can think of, because he is not actually giving any kind of argument whatsoever. Like he has not given a single argument. So,
Mubang, you said you had 3 references.
You wouldn't have to copy paste.
Just type. You don't like long comments. Just type the reference. That's all you have to do. Say, look at fill in the blank. Don't post a link. Don't try to post a long text message. Just say, look at whatever. And if your comments don't say that, then you're going to go to timeout.
So Pharaoh was never a Muslim, but right here it says that he is.
As usual.
Allah doesn't say, no, you're not. He said, before you did rebel, being of those who did corruption. Now you are saying that you are of those who surrender, that you are a Muslim? Before you did rebel, being of those who did corruption. So today we shall deliver thee in thy body, that you may be assigned to those after thee. So we're going to deliver you whole, intact, with your body so that you'll be assigned to everybody after you, so that other people won't be heedless and won't try to find faith at the last instance. Moses' mom also has to be Muslim because she was inspired. She received a divine revelation, divine, uh, not like text words, but a divine revelation of an action that she should do. And she is told by Allah directly, suckle Moses, and when you fierce for him, then cast him into the, that actually says sea, and fear not nor grieve. Lo, we shall bring him back into thee and make him one of our messengers. And I believe that this is the one where his mom just yeets him right into the ocean and he's carried away on the waves. Because that word is not river, it's yam, which is ocean, it's sea. And Muhammad seems to have not known what that meant and didn't realize that he was chucking a baby into an ocean with like nothing. And it gets fixed later on. So
this is apparently his reference, right? I maybe he doesn't speak English and he doesn't know what the word reference means, but apparently his reference is the Pharaoh was at Moses' time,
yes,
which
and he
says absolutely
was about
nothing.
to drown. Okay, I know you're really slow. Listen carefully. Moses is about to drown here. He's about to die. And then at the last second, he says, I believe that there is no God but he in whom the children of Israel believe. I am a Muslim. And then Allah says, you used to rebel, but now I will deliver you intact with your body so that you can be assigned for everybody after you, so that they know how dangerous it is to flirt with death and how close you came to destruction or something like that. Like that's what's being said here. He is saying, as he's about to die, I am of those who surrender. I am a Muslim. Not when he was facing him earlier at the last moment. And since it says that none but some of the people of Moses believed, how is Pharaoh believing at the last moment? So next week we will talk about who among the first followers of who were the first Muslim in terms of who was the first follower of Muhammad, and we'll find that that is no more clear than this.
All right. So to summarize, right? To summarize, before Mary has her little bonus here, to summarize, what we tried to do today is establish from the Quran, not other sources, not Muslim theology certainly, which has very little to do with the Quran. We tried to establish from the Quran what Muslim means and who was the first Muslim. We tried to take the text seriously, and all we found is contradictions. I think the best that someone could say is that a human being wrote this text and was being hyperbolic. Was it actually meaning first when he said first and such along those lines? I think that's probably the best someone could attempt to, not that a Muslim even went that far, but as you know, like thinking goes. But I think that's probably the best he could do. But then that would be heretical, because then you're saying that it isn't Allah's literal speech. You're saying it isn't perfectly clear. You're saying he doesn't explain himself in details, which of course is what you actually do continuously every time you argue that the plain words of the Quran actually mean the opposite of what they mean. And we saw that yet again with Mo Bang, where he was saying that Pharaoh wasn't a Muslim when the screen reference from the Quran literally says he was. So this is this. And Gazwa says the Pharaoh who drowned was not a Muslim. Believing at point of death will not be
that's not
accepted.
True. So there is an explicit story that is told as an illustration of what Allah means by you can come within an arm's reach of Jannah, and if you are a person of hell, your fate will overtake you. And if you can come within an arm's reach of hellfire, and your deeds will overtake you. That if there is a man who has decided to repent, and he hurries down his staircase to go and repent, and he dies before he reaches the place where he is going to give his repentance, he goes to Jannah. If there is a man who has decided, who has been a good Muslim his whole life, and he has decided to do an evil deed, and he gets struck down right before he can do his evil deed, he goes to hellfire. That accounts as apostasy. Before he can do it, he dies. That intention counts as apostasy. Since the first man has done evil deeds all his life and only resolves moments before his death that he should go that to repent, and he goes to Jannah according to standard Islamic theology, you can't say that, oh, a genuine repentance right before death doesn't count. And
Yep.
he
And
did say
there's
that I will
also,
deliver you. I will deliver you. What does it mean to deliver someone?
right,
Please
it
tell
wasn't, he
me
didn't die.
the situations in which delivering someone means I will slaughter you.
Yeah. Or even I will allow you to drown. So either Allah lied and Pharaoh did die, he did drown, or Allah told the truth and Pharaoh didn't die, in which case it's not believing at the point of death anymore anyway. So you literally have no point whatsoever other than to say, I don't want to believe that Pharaoh was a Muslim, even though that's what the text of the Quran says. I don't want to believe my Quran. I want to believe what makes sense. Well, I salute you for wanting to believe what makes sense, but that's a good reason to leave Islam, not a reason to say that the plain meaning of the text of the Quran really means something completely different. All
Yep.
right, Mary. So
So,
you brought this text up here.
yes, I brought this one up to show you poor baby Moses being yeeted into the ocean without anything. So, we revealed to Moses' mother, suckle him, and then, when thou fearest for him, cast him into the sea, and do not fear, and neither sorrow, for we shall return him to thee, and we shall appoint him one of the envoys, one of the messengers. So, so then the folk of Pharaoh picked him out to be an enemy, a sorrow to them. Certainly, Pharaoh and Haman, etc., etc. And Pharaoh's wife decided to take them as a son. Uh, and then on the next day, her heart became empty. And she said to his sister, "Follow him." Now, this phrase here means follow his tracks. Like if you're tracking someone, his footprints, the marks of his passing. So Allah apparently had no idea what throwing someone into a sea means, because this is not bahr. It is instead the word yam, which is borrowed from uh, bahr, like Bahrain is the normal term for an ocean in Arabic, whereas this is the borrowed word from Hebrew, uh, yom, which apparently he didn't know what this meant, because he is under the impression that wherever she put him, his sister would be able to follow his tracks. And she perceived him from afar, even while they were not aware. So she was able to track him in the ocean, because that's what happens whenever people go into the ocean, is that they get tracked. Now he does fix this in other areas, and another verse. So, but this one's the funniest one because it's before he gets called out and he retells the story. Many of these retellings try to fix things that Muhammad messed up the first time, one way or another, whenever he can't just insert something that doesn't make him look stupid. But this particular phrase, to follow him, apparently the poet slash prophet in Taif made a verse completely mocking him for thinking that you can follow the tracks of a person in an ocean, because he knew better. Yeah, the word is not Nile. The word is Yam.
No,
It's a borrowed form of the word
yeah,
Yam.
what he's
Yeah.
suggesting, what Andrew
But
is
yes,
suggesting,
he
is
doesn't.
that sea is used, idiomatically to mean the Nile River.
No, no. In the Bible, it doesn't say Yam. It says river. It just never says Yam in the Bible to refer to Moses being placed in the river. It uses a correct word. Muhammad just completely uses the wrong word because he's trying to sound. I think that he just heard this word being used in this context. So no, he was never placed in a yom in the Bible. He's not placed in a sea, but this borrowed word somehow ends up in the Quran, and Muhammad has no idea what it means, so he thinks that you can be tracked there.
All right. Anything else you wanted to say there, or did this the verses take the place of that last bonus slide?
Oh, there's nothing. That the question 2 is going to be for next week.
Okay,
It's
well,
going
it
to be
said
a whole
bonus.
thing itself.
Well, yeah, you said question 2, and then you went to another slide that said bonus. So I thought that might have been for today, but no worries.
No, that is
Don't
the.
worry about it. I just guessed.
No,
wrong,
no,
that's all.
the bonus Pharaoh was a Muslim was one I already covered. That was the last slide was option 2.
Gotcha. Yeah, so you actually went back a slide, and I thought you'd gone forward a slide.
Oh yeah, maybe I bumped it. I have a gaming mouse, so it's really
Yeah, no worries. I mean, I didn't read what was on the slide. I just saw bonus at the top. Thought it was another slide. That's all. So Andrew wasn't suggesting that it was idiomatic. He was mocking Muhammad. Okay.
Got it. Yeah. Yep.
I mean, it could have been, right? It could have been idiomatic. Who knows? Anyway, we'll open it up for any Muslims who want to respond now. Theology.chat, as per usual. We'll give a little while for Muslims to join, but if not, we'll probably end somewhat early today. There are some bad thunderstorms in the area, and my wife would appreciate my attention while that's going on. So could work out well, but we'll give a chance. So super chat from Colton Connor.
Who ate the apple? You ate the apple. The whole apple. Yes, the whole apple. You ate it. But a small seed, you left it. You put it back into the earth. What happened? Allah, through His power, caused that to grow and to give you how many apples? Thousands.
Thousands of apples. Golden says the first Muslim is a contradiction. I'm not sure, what he meant by this, ironically. He might have just, he could be saying that the terms themselves are a contradiction, that there can't be a first Muslim, or maybe he was just saying that this is a contradiction in the Quran. It was just early on, so I don't know what his intent was, but either way, thank you for that super chat.
Oh, here's the is it still sharing? Pull it up. Here's the place where Muhammad tried to cover for the fact that he just yeeted a poor baby naked into a sea and then had someone track his footprints across the sea somehow. And notice the short ones. This is going way after. So here comes, you're casting it down, the rods, etc., or he's being told to go to Pharaoh. This is a burning bush is where this is happening. It's like, and Moses is like, point for me of my folk, a familiar Aaron, my brother, confirm my strength. So shall we glorify me, etc., etc. Notice how short and poetic these verses are. Said he, thou art granted, Moses, thy petition. Already another time we favored thee, when we revealed what was revealed unto thy mother. Now look how long these are. What does this mean, boys and girls? This means this was shoved in later. When you have these breaks in the poetic form, this is a later revelation. Now, Allah's eternal revelation is apparently so broken that he can't maintain a poetic rhythm throughout. And whenever something is going to be revealed later, it has to be clumsy and horrible. But here this is inserted to cover up what he said before. Already another time we favored thee when we revealed what was revealed unto thy mother. Cast him into the ark and cast him into the river and let the river throw him up on shore. So no longer is this poor baby thrown straight into the sea, into the ocean. Now he gets to be in a river and inside of an ark. And that's also a borrowed word, by the way. An enemy of mine and his shall take him, etc., etc. And then when thy sister went out, fixing that again, shall I point you to the one to have charge of him? So we return thee to his
Who
mother,
ate the apple?
Rejoice, etc., etc. And we delivered thee out of grief, and we tried thee with many trials, etc., etc., according to decree. So there's this long interjection here, meant to cover up the fact that the poor baby was originally just thrown straight into the sea. He's like, no, no, not thrown in the sea. This is what really happened. You guys just are misunderstanding what I said before. He was put in an ark and then put in a river, and the river threw him up on the shore. So it's all good, guys. Totally fine.
And Andrew Martin, side point here, right? Not Mary's main point, but uh, Andrew's pointing out that this shows that the text has been edited. Now, it could have been edited by Muhammad, right? It doesn't have to be a later Muslim, but it's clear that there was a certain poetic form. Muslims would argue that it's very beautiful, and this is the reason you should believe it. There's a certain poetic form going on, and then other verses that don't meet that poetic form are inserted into the middle of that,
And this is really why
trying
it
to be
has
as
to be
generous as possible,
by
right?
Muhammad.
Like
Yeah.
what the Muslim would say is that it was always part of the actual Quran and it just hadn't been revealed yet, and then it was revealed later. But then why doesn't it match the same poetic form?
Yeah.
So I think that this is
Well,
a much more serious problem than it appears to be on the surface.
yes, because it's clumsy, it's ugly, it's stupid. Suddenly you're going on this weird little rabbit trail for no reason. It's just going in here. It's just so infelicitous, so unpoetic, unelevated. And this is also why this has to have been done by Muhammad. Anyone else, anyone else would who had any level of intelligence and had the power to alter things would not have needed to shove things in other places. The reason why it's shoved in so clumsily, the reason why the Quran reads so stupidly, the reason why Muhammad says something dumb he's made fun of and then he has an angry reply to it in the text is because he's making it up as he goes along, and he has scribes who are writing stuff down and keeping things from being changed as much as he would have changed it otherwise, as much as any halfway intelligent person of the era would have written it. This was created by a dumb guy who is making stuff up as he goes along and has a very muddled and confused view that keeps getting corrected. And so he keeps trying to work these corrections in, and he does it in ugly, stupid ways. Just look at the different. Splat! See, so these ugly splats show how this is made, in what context this is made, that this has to be coming from a stupid man and no one else. One particular stupid man. This is not the work of intelligent scribes of a power. They don't accidentally have a girl run after a baby who's been thrown naked into an ocean. They just don't.
Hello.
All right. With that said, Ahmed and Mupeng have joined the chat. If you're the same Ahmed that we've talked to in recent weeks, I did want to let you know I looked for your email. I don't know if it's under a different name or what, but I couldn't find it, which means I will probably still reply to it eventually. I said last week before I signed off that I tried to reply to it that day, and that's why I
Yeah.
didn't.
Yes, that yes. I send it via different email. So anyhow, so ladies, can we have a discussion next week? We can close the topic.
I can't hear you.
Yeah. So he said that he'd like to have a discussion next week. Yeah. So if you could email me again right now, I will definitely reply to you right after this, and we'll set a time, and I'd love to do that.
Okay, what would be the topic? So
Up
last
to
week
you,
we
whatever
discussed.
you want.
Okay. So is there any other way, because maybe okay, if I send you can reply it now, right?
Yeah. If you send it right now, I
It'll be at
will.
the top. It'll be easy.
Right. I will go and I will confirm that I got it while we're still live.
Okay, can you share your email so I can just
Yeah. So it's Thaddeus at reasonedanswers.com. I'll type that out for you in the private chat. I'll also put it on YouTube.
okay.
I'll give you a second to do that. Welcome, Mubeng. I'm just thrilled to see that you decided to join live. You've been attending in the comment section for a long time, and this is the first time you've called in, so welcome. And oh, yep, you know what? That's my bad. I forgot to hit the unmute. We should be able to hear you now.
Try again. Sorry, couldn't hear you.
Fine.
There you are.
Sister,
Yep.
you did a very big mistake. I told you, Allah, you must read with his own language. You told him the sea. It is here.
Who ate the apple?
Yam is another word. Don't say it's really bad. But
I am so sorry. Can you understand him? I'm having a really hard time. The echo.
No, sorry. It's kind of quiet and it's kind of mumbly, so we couldn't really understand.
The echoes in
Yeah.
your room.
Let me see. I can at least turn the volume up.
Yeah, thanks. Let's see if I can make it out. Sorry, I really am trying.
I told you there is a big misconception you told about. God in the Quran, he doesn't say the sea, the Bahr. He said al-Yam. فألقيه في اليم.
Sorry, which verse is that?
اليم, this is a new word in Arabic. Verse 6. Go look it up.
Sorry, Surah, which verse? Which?
Surah Al-Qasas, verse 6.
1 second. And establish them in the earth and show Pharaoh and Haman and their hosts that which they feared from them. Sorry, let me go ahead and pull that up over here and maybe 28.
Al-Qasas.
Yeah. 28:6. Yeah? 28:6? Okay, this here, would you pull it up and we'll see if this is the one that he means?
You haven't shared your screen.
Oh, I unshared. I apologize. It's my fault. And I'll pull it up on Quranic corpus too, okay? Is that the one that you mean? Let me find it in Arabic.
Yes, this is.
Okay.
Yes, exactly.
Well, I mean, I love this one because it's funny, but what's your point about this? So we desired to show kindness to those who were oppressed in the land. So who are the ones who are oppressed in the land? Well, here, let's start at the beginning, right?
After that.
He divided its people, yes?
Yes.
If you, is that okay?
Yes.
Is that okay? Do you want me to pull up the Arabic? Would that be better?
As you want. Because it's here, it's a yam.
Are you okay with that?
It's a very
Yeah, he said as you wish. Whatever you prefer, Mary, is what
All right, well, that's fine then. So let's begin. So Pharaoh divided the people of the land into camps, right? Yes? Okay,
Yes.
were the people different camps before Pharaoh, or were they one?
Huh?
Were the people in two camps before Pharaoh, or did he do the dividing, according to this?
He divided.
I'm sorry, I had a hard time with that. Sorry, he did the dividing, yeah?
He made them weak. Yes, he did.
Okay. So they were one people, but he divided them into two camps. He oppressed one group, he slaughtered their sons, and he let their females live. This is women, but it's females. Nisa. He was one of the corruptors. Yeah? Then Allah desired to show kindness to those who were oppressed in the land. So Allah is going to be kind to those who were of the oppressed party, yes? And he will make them leaders and make them inheritors and establish them firmly in the land. So where are they inheritors? And what land are they established firmly in here?
In the side of Egypt, a wonderful land. It was
Sorry, it's where? I had a hard time. In Egypt?
It's the side of Egypt, almost to the Nile. It was a wonderful land in Egypt.
Is there any way to turn him up a little bit more? Sorry, I am struggling.
He said in the side of Egypt.
Okay, in the side of Egypt. So it does have to be in their side.
It is
because we talked about Pharaoh is exalting himself arrogantly in the land, but these will be established firmly in the land. And it has to show Pharaoh and Haman and their troops. So it has to be in their sight. So we have two references to land here. So according to this, Allah desires to establish them firmly in the sight of Pharaoh and Haman. And one would assume in the same land. And that's actually what the Quran says, believe it or not. It says that Musa's people receive Egypt. So we revealed to Musa's mother, suckled him, and then when you fear for him, cast him into the sea. Now this word here is a borrowed word. It's not Bahar. Mm-hmm.
Yes, it's not the sea. It is alien. Go search that.
Here.
Yeah,
so it's not Bahar.
He wanted to dispute. I'm just trying to clarify because Mary's having a hard time hearing. The audience is having a hard time hearing, no doubt. So Mubeng joined. He wants to dispute this word "see" in 28:7. He says that it does not mean "see" when it's translated by whatever translation this is.
All right,
"see," they are incorrect. That's his main point.
Now I want to show you that this word is yam. Okay.
Yes.
Yam is translated often as river, but it's actually from.
Exactly.
Hang on. But that's not what it means. It's a borrowed word from Hebrew. Let me show you. Hebrew.
It doesn't matter how the tradition came from Aramaic and Hebrew.
So, do any of these verses demand a river? Like, because some of them.
One of the other ones does not have yam. It corrects it and turns it into river. However, look at this. Yam.
No, but I meant any of the other verses of the Quran. So.
I think that the other one.
If one of the other ones has to be river, then that would be clear evidence that the word can be fairly translated.
No, Thaddeus. Because the part that
don't say I'm just asking a question.
But I'm saying that it is not evidence. Why is it not evidence? Because the word yam comes from a word for roaring, something meaning something that is a body of water that is large enough to have big waves.
Exactly.
So it has to be very big waves. So like the Sea of Galilee is a yam, because it doesn't matter whether or not it's fresh water or salt water, but this is a borrowed word in Arabic. So yam, hang on. Let me give you the source for that.
He actually agreed that it has to have large waves. Maybe he didn't intend to, but he said yes, exactly. So did you intend to agree with that statement, Mary? That whatever body of water, we all agree this is describing a body of water, right? And we're trying to determine what is the nature of that body of water. And Mary said that whatever this body of water is, one of its properties is to have large waves. And you said yes, exactly. Is that what you intended to do? I'm just trying to clarify. Right? I'm not playing games. Just trying to move the conversation forward. So is that yes? Okay, yes.
Okay.
He is
well,
agreeing.
Here, let me show you the evidence that it was.
Yeah, Thaddeus, I have email.
Wait 1 second. So again, like I said, that this is not a native Arabic word. this wasn't even my point of the street, but
It doesn't matter, sister. It doesn't matter.
okay, so it doesn't matter. This is an Arab, but it's a borrowed word, so it isn't bahr. I told you the normal word for an ocean is bahr. Etymology, borrowed from, and this is the definition of yam, yes, in Arabic, not in any other language.
Okay.
It says borrowed from a Northwest Semitic language, most probably Aramaic or Hebrew.
Okay, so.
And its definition is open sea.
Yeah, because sometimes the words are borrowed, but it doesn't reflect the same meaning. It can have different meaning, right? So that doesn't mean Quran is wrong, because I have gone through a couple of translations, all of them say river, river, river.
Yes, the reason that they say river is because they know it's the Nile River and that they shouldn't say sea. So they are applying a revision to the word that's used, because Muhammad chose. So Muhammad really liked to use these exotic foreign words, and he used this word in this story.
It is not.
And because well then Allah likes to use foreign exotic words, and because Allah borrowed a word and applied it to something that has to be the Nile River, and it can't actually be an ocean, it was thus decided to see it as if it were ocean, or excuse me, as if it were river rather than ocean.
Yeah,
this is evidence. So one of the arguments I've been making, just like Muslim, the original word means to choose. Sorry, I'll use simpler words. To choose to devote oneself to God. That's what it means. But whenever Allah uses it, suddenly he's using an Arabic only sense, even though this word didn't originally, the religious term, as a religious term, it didn't originate in Arabic. It originated in Syriac as a religious term, meaning to voluntarily devote yourself or give yourself to God. Instead, it becomes to surrender or submit, which is a very harsh word, because the Arabic had a harsh meaning. There's another word called alamin. Yes, or alamin, sorry. My Arabic accent is horrible, I know. But in alamin, it's actually borrowing the word olim from Hebrew. And in Hebrew, that word means ages or forever. So whenever it says the Lord of ages, the Lord of forever, the word is olim. And it was borrowed as alamin into Arabic. And yet it got a different meaning when it was borrowed. When it was borrowed, suddenly it means Lord of jinn and mankind. It means Lord of thinking things, because it's similar to the word for thinking or knowledge or knowing.
Yeah, so I did not get your point, because when some words are borrowed to a different language, sometimes it do not reflect the same meaning. Like even in my country, some words have been borrowed from English, but they do not reflect the same meaning. That doesn't mean that is wrong, right?
Well, that would be a very normal human thing to do. But if I were saying, I believe in the faith of all these prophets, and I'm using the same words the prophets do and saying that I'm believing the same thing, but then I put different meanings on those words because I didn't understand what the words actually meant, and I got confused and I used a different meaning for a word when I borrowed it, that would show that I'm just a human and I'm not understanding things right.
No, actually, these words have been borrowed by the Arabs, not by the Allah himself, right? That was already available in Arabic, okay?
Okay, so
doing trades with the Assyrian
correct.
people, right? So it is not a mistake of the God, it is the mistake of the people. So when gods communicate with them, he has to communicate in a way the people understand, right?
So
you're making an assumption, though, right?
No, not assumption.
It's probably too technical, right? But you're making an assumption that the borrowing happened before the time of Muhammad, is essentially what you're saying. And if that is a correct statement, then you would have a valid argument.
Except only to a point. Then Allah could not think that that is the same thing that was meant by the people before. Allah should know that that's not what Christians mean. That Christians do not mean to surrender. to give over. They don't mean that. Allah should know that. So when he says,
Can I say something?
Yeah, so no, this is the case. So the task of the Allah is to teach them the religion, not the language. Okay. So if the people are using different language, Allah has to convey the message in the same language. So you are telling,
Right, but there's
go
sin in it.
but they ought to give, so Allah ought to give the same meaning in a new language, right? If Allah is giving them a different meaning than the meaning
no,
that there was, then he
no,
is
Allah.
changing things. He's creating innovation by giving a new meaning.
No, I'm telling the meaning already available in the Arabic language. So I'm telling the thing happened. The meaning was changed by the Arabs himself, not by the Allah. That meaning, that was the meaning used by the
Okay.
Arabs. So
So
Quran conveys the
the
same meaning.
question is when did, so there's two issues here, okay? So one is, when did this change of meaning occur? And neither Mary
Yeah.
or I could deny, and I hope you wouldn't deny, that Arabic words have changed meaning over time, which ironically could work both ways, right? It could work for you or against you.
Who ate
So
the
that's
apple?
one, right? What did the word mean at the time of Muhammad? When did the borrowing occur? Was it before or after? And then there's this issue that Mary's saying, that this is awfully strange, right? That Allah uses a word that originally meant something different, originally meant what Christian theology is, to convey different theology, to correct Christianity or whatever, while using the same term that at least speakers of that other language would understand in a completely different way. So he has other options, right? He could explain the same thing in different words. He could, as
But
what you say that he means. He could say the same thing that the Christians believe in terms that make sense in Arabic. But what he does instead is uses the same terms that Christians use, but with a different meaning. And yes, it is theoretically possible. Again, you'd be actually be responsible to demonstrate, but it's theoretically possible that the meaning of the word had changed before the time of Muhammad, and at his time it meant what you suggest.
Who ate the
You see that
apple?
you see the two different problems, that you have to address both of those problems,
yeah,
right?
this
Because
is the point. This is the point area. So you can ask me, show me the evidence the meaning has been changed before Islam. Okay. So or otherwise, Mary has to show the evidence. The Allah is the one who changed the meaning. But I don't think we can. Um, neither both of us cannot show any evidence. Okay, because
Hang on, Ahmed.
well, hold
So
on.
you're
It wouldn't
saying
be.
that humans change the
It would
meaning,
actually
right?
wouldn't be Allah that changed the meaning. It would be
So
later
yeah,
Muslims who were embarrassed by what the original meaning was and tried to make it more sense.
but
That would be
here's
Mary's
the
suggestion.
issue. So you're saying that human beings changed the meaning, right?
no,
Did
no,
they
my point is this.
did they
My
change
point.
the meaning before or after Allah used it, according to you?
No, no, no. My point is the that already in the Arabic, that word mean sea. Okay, they borrow that one, but they use for the sea.
I
They
don't
use for
think
the,
that, no,
they
no, hang on, Ahmed. He almost certainly did not exist at that time. It had not been borrowed. Do you know why we know it hasn't been borrowed yet? Or at least Muhammad had no idea of it. Because Muhammad said that uh, that she instructed her daughter, Musa's sister, to follow his tracks, his footprints, right? Can
okay.
you follow footprints across an ocean, across a sea, or across a river?
That's why I'm telling across the river, in the river banks, right?
I'm sorry, what?
He said in the river bank, so like in the mud on the
No,
edge
but
of the river.
he's in the river itself. The baby has been put into the yam, whatever the yam is.
Yeah, into the river, and she has to follow
And she is supposed to follow the
by
tracks of whom? Of the baby.
the
Where is
tracks
the
of
baby?
who. Yeah, baby is going in this river, so he can follow that one by the river banks, which is possible, right? So you
No,
cannot
it's
say,
not possible to follow the footprints of a baby who is in the river.
yeah, footprint mean it has to follow the path. It is you cannot take it
So
literally, mean.
the,
So
the
it is
word is, well, you know that another Arab at the time of Muhammad did. So Ibn
yeah,
uh, Ibn Asalt, he took it literally, right? Ibn Asalt, said that it literally was the tracks and made fun of Muhammad. Like, how can you say follow the tracks of a baby who is in the water? It says tracks. Follow him. Follow, and it's his tracks that you're supposed to be following, the baby's. The baby doesn't have tracks. That indicates that whoever declared this didn't know what a yam was, cast him into the yam and then follow his tracks. Somehow he thinks that this is some place where you will leave marks that can be followed. There have to be marks. And so this indicates that he didn't know what a yam was. And there isn't any evidence in the Arab sources, the pre-Islamic poetry or anything, that yam was known before the Quran as a word that people just use. You'd have to be someone who knew enough to know that this was kind of a foreign borrowing of a term. So that's part of the problem. And that's why you have the fix later on that then tries to place this and make it into clearly, oh, he wasn't just thrown into this thing called a yam. He was placed in an ark, and the ark was in a river, and then he was followed. That was a fix of a mistake. And this is something that we see time and time and time again in the Quran, is that Muhammad says something, someone points out that it doesn't make sense, and then he alters things somewhere around it to try and make it fit better.
No, I don't think so, because it is too much literally you're taken. If you take it literally, the Bible, then we both are in trouble if you take many words in literal. Okay, so I don't think it's a valid argument.
Let me just clarify your position here, because you talked about tracks in the mud on the river bank, and now you're saying it's figurative. So which is your position? Because there are two different positions.
Yeah, I'm telling it's a figurative. Okay, if you throw something in the water, you can follow the tracks. Tracks mean you have to follow the path. You have to follow the. It is not impossible. That the tracks doesn't mean literally. You have to follow the path.
Okay, so I think I understand what you're saying. I assumed you meant mud, but what you're actually saying is that you place an object in water, and it does leave a mark. That it doesn't track doesn't have to be footstep, right? You place an object in the water.
No, he's now saying that no longer. Well, at first he said mud. I pointed out that it couldn't be mud because the baby's.
Well, I may have assumed mud. He said.
No, he did say mud.
He said banks.
No,
I don't think he said mud. But.
No, I remember banks. No, this is what Miriam telling. Okay, imagine you are placing something in the river. Okay, and that object moves in the river. Then you are following the object. So that's what it is meant, right?
Okay.
Well, here's the issue. Part of the problem is that we have.
Hold on, Mary. I just want to clarify, right? I want to clarify. So I think what you're saying, you aren't suggesting that you're following some sort of physical marking, whether that's footsteps or ripples in the water or whatever. What you're suggesting is that it's just being used less literally to be like you're following the same path that the object will. Correct?
Yeah. Because if you throw something out, then you have to track that one. You have to follow that one. Okay, that's God is telling. Follow the paths, and eventually you will find the child. So that's what happened, right? The Moses' mother followed the path. Then she found out that the child was taken by a wife of the Pharaoh. Then she joined the same household. Then.
Right? So let me just pull the words back up here, and this is Mary, so I can't scroll it, but she'll be back here in a second. It seems, right? It seems that she's using words that suggest she is observing something, and she's following the path. Whether let's leave out footsteps, right? Okay, it's not footsteps, but she's following something based on her observations. Like she perceives what's going on, and physically in some sense. Seems to be what the context suggests to me.
But here's the problem.
So
there's a
Mary's
big
back.
problem.
She can explain it better.
Yeah. So first, she casts him in. Then the family of Pharaoh picks him up. The wife of the Pharaoh says he'll be a source of delight. He may be of use to us, or perhaps he could adopt him as a son. They were not aware. After this point, Musa's mother felt a great emptiness, and she almost gave him away. Only we fortified her heart so that she would be one of the believers. So she's one of the believers because her heart was fortified. And then she said to his sister, "Go after him." And this was
yeah. So there's the language I was referring to. Right? She kept an eye on him from afar. So maybe she's not observing physical tracks, but a period of time has observed. Just hold on one second, Mary. A period of time has elapsed, not like minutes or even hours, but at least a couple days has elapsed, and she's kind of observing some sort of physical signs in whatever she's looking at that's allowing her to track where he's gone. So it's not just going the same path, but it's a physical observation that allows her to do this.
Yeah, that says when the child was taken by the Pharaoh's wife, then they are keeping track of the child, right? They know where the child has been taken. Like it is practically, we can understand what's happening, right? So how can it be wrong? Go on.
Here, let me find.
So there's two separate disputes, right? One is whether this is a river or it's a sea, which I guess is actually not all that relevant because even if it's a river, you kind of still have the main issue. And then there's the main point of how can a baby placed in water, walking on water, however, leave a physical path that you can observe with your eye.
No, it's not physical path areas. I told you so. If you imagine you lost something in the water, it is floating. Then you can follow the path, so you can find it. It doesn't mean physical path or physical track. It's observation. When an object is floating, you can see where it is going, so you are following the path, right? That's what is meant.
But there's this passage of time. At least if we're taking the text seriously, it describes several events that happened before Moses' sister is told to go after him. So are you suggesting that it's not linear here? That the events described in verses, 7 through 10 actually occur after what's described in verse 11?
Yeah, because what's happened? She put a child in the water. Okay, that's been water. Then after that, she followed the path where the child is going. Then she finds out it was picked up by the Pharaoh's wife. Then after that, she kept an eye on that family, right? So where the child is brought up. That's it. That's normally happens, right? So that's what is mentioned there. I don't see any mistake there. Because a second you tell me the river is mentioned as sea, it is happened because in many places, even in my country, the large body of water we call it sea. To say it's a large, to mention that is it is large, so we mention that one as a sea. So because Nile is one of the largest rivers, so even if you call it a sea, I don't see any mistake there.
Okay, so I think that part is a fair point, right? That you could idiomatically call a large body of water a sea, whether or not it's literally what we would scientifically define as a sea. I think that's fair. I don't think that necessarily by itself using the word sea is problematic. What is problematic here is that it reflects a misunderstanding of a borrowed term, and that there seems to be a physical path that can be tracked because of this misunderstanding, right? Without that additional clue of this word meaning something different from where it's borrowed, and also the clear interpolation into the text to help explain it, then I would be completely fair, or I would be completely willing to accept your explanation. The problem is it doesn't account for all of the evidence. It only accounts for part of the evidence. In other words, while I would be willing to say that what you said is a possibility, it's not the possibility that best fits the evidence.
Actually, I don't see any mistake. So maybe we can move on to a different topic because we are discussing the same thing again and again.
Yeah, that's fine. So Mubang is the one who brought this up in the first place. So I want to give, and he just rejoined. So I want to give him a chance to, if he wants to add anything to this. I know he's having connection and/or microphone issues, but he is connected right now.
Who ate the apple?
Was hearing some background noise, so I think his volume is working.
Please don't trigger anything with sounds.
So I think he. Oh no, he's not muted on his end. I was gonna say maybe he muted himself on his end, but no, he's not.
I think he's just having problems, unfortunately.
All right. So back to you, Ahmed. Then, did you want to discuss who the first Muslim was? Oh, sorry, Mubin, go ahead.
This told us that Pharaoh was a Muslim. There was two pharaohs, one for Moses and one for Joseph. The one was at the time of Moses, he was never a Muslim. He died, he drowned. But the one at the time of Joseph, he was a Muslim. There is a big difference right there.
Okay,
and
so
you can go check it.
So I think that what you're saying is that the Pharaoh from before, so the previous Pharaoh, right, perfectly normal for there to be a succession of pharaohs. There was a Pharaoh who was a Muslim, and then over time that belief was lost. And by the time of Moses, whether it's immediately the next Pharaoh or there's some time in between, doesn't matter. But in the past, there was a Pharaoh that believed. And then by the time of Moses, there's a Pharaoh that doesn't. Is that what you're suggesting? I'm just trying to understand your point. Is that what you're suggesting?
I think you're talking a little bit too fast.
Sorry, let me say it again.
Can you share my screen?
So you said there are two, you said, yes, but let me talk for a second here. So you said there's two pharaohs, and you said there was a pharaoh who's a believer and a pharaoh who's not a believer. I assume you're meaning over a period of time. They're not both pharaoh at the same time, but there's a pharaoh, he dies, he's succeeded by another pharaoh. That new pharaoh is no longer a believer. Is that correct?
Yeah, he said exactly. So
the first
Pharaoh
was not Muslim at the time of Moses.
Okay, so at the time of Joseph, the Pharaoh is called Malik, and it's not called Al-Firaun. And Al-Firaun is understood to be one person only. It's not considered to be a title in Islamic tradition. That's considered to be his name, first of all.
No.
But second, I mean, you may be correcting Islamic tradition, but secondly, I understand that he rejected Moses, but he is saying as he is dying here. Look at 1090. I've forgotten the name of it, sorry.
Sister, in this verse he showed you that he was willingly want to be Muslim, but God doesn't allow it. He sent Jibril with a mouth of dirt, with a handful of dirt, and put it in his mouth. Jibril, the Holy Spirit.
I know that that's
and
what
the story is very known.
Hang on, but let's look at the text. So he says that he's a Muslim. We can at least agree with that. He's claiming to be a Muslim, right?
He want to be, but God doesn't allow him for the criminal things he did.
All right, so what does it say here? It says...
Go read the Quran, not this.
Okay, even
show us the Quran,
I don't care what... You can say it in Arabic if you want. So, now, you used to be rebelling. You were a corrupter, right? We agree that Allah initially says...
Give me a minute, which verse?
You're a corrupter. This is 1090 through 92.
19.
No, Surah 10, verse 90, yes. 91, and 92.
Give me a minute, but just...
Yep, no problem.
Yeah, I understand what it says, but here, hang on, let me find the Arabic. Sorry.
So, Mary, your point is you are telling that when the Pharaoh said, "I am a Muslim," so you, because of your telling, because of the sentence, he should become a Muslim. That's what you are telling.
Well, I'm saying that okay, he says he's a Muslim. You can dispute that, but let's look at a special
Yeah, yeah, okay, yeah.
word.
He said, yeah, he's a okay. He
Yeah.
said, I'm a believer. I have become a believer, but it was not accepted because that was the last moment. Anyone will say that, right? His
Okay. But
entire life he disobeyed God. At the last moment, he knows that is the end of his life. He is telling us that's an excuse. Excuse. Okay, if we
okay,
had not died,
I want you to tell me the meaning of let me switch
Deliver.
what I'm sharing. Sorry. The meaning of haha this word here.
Nunajika will save you. Exactly.
Najika.
Yeah, so we will save you, right? So the Pharaoh declares that he's a Muslim, and then Allah's response is, because of this, we will save you.
no, it doesn't say
Wouldn't
that.
that sound like Allah is affirming the Pharaoh
We,
as a Muslim?
we are,
Let me
can you?
check this part.
Yeah, Mary, can you give me the verse? It doesn't
Oh,
say. He will
yes.
save.
It is 1090. So it's Surah 10. Sorry, I keep saying it like we do the Bible. Surah 10, Ayah 90.
Okay, it said, "We save you the body." He's telling him, "I will preserve the body of the Pharaoh, so it will become a sign to the people.
No,
We will
No,
save
no.
it
It
you."
doesn't
says
say we
we
save
will
your body. It says we'll save you in your
in
body.
your body, with your body, we will save you. Is there any other time where Allah says he saves someone, but instead he kills them? Because if your body is preserved, you're not saved. You're dead. So let's look
No,
at all of these other
just
times.
give me a minute. Just
Yeah, maybe that is.
I'm close.
We save you in the body mean your entire body will be saved. That is what is meant by there. That's mean. I
Yeah,
mean,
your body
What
will
is
be
your
fully intact,
justification for that?
and you
yeah,
will be
you.
saved.
What you're trying to say, right? What you're trying to say is the modern apologetic argument that this means that your body will be mummified.
Yeah,
There's
kind of. Yeah,
no way
by
anyone. I'm sorry, but there's no way anyone in the 7th century would have understood the text in
yeah,
that
yes,
meaning.
yeah, yeah.
We
They could not
saved
We'll
have
your
understood.
save you
forefathers. So whenever it
in
says
your
Okay,
body.
we saved
okay,
your
We'll preserve
forefathers,
your life in your
okay.
body. In other words, what the text is disambiguating by saying it doesn't say we'll save you by taking you to paradise. We'll save you by taking you to Jannah. It says we'll save you in your body, meaning we will keep you alive. That's
that's
what the
what the
text
text
means.
says. And now it is true that
Now,
commentators want to say that it doesn't mean what it says, which is very, very common with the Quran. But I ask you, I beg you, I'm going to put something in, I'm going to put a link in here about all the other times
Go search, sister.
is used. Oh, excellent, excellent.
شكرا.
How loud you
okay,
are.
okay.
So,
Maybe so. Let me go to the tafsir of Ibn Abbas. Okay, Ibn Abbas is the really of tafsir. So let Ibn Abbas understand this one because Ibn Abbas is from 7th century. He's not a later, so he's a companion. Okay, let me go to the Ibn Abbas. Okay, Ibn Abbas say, "We save you a cadaver." What's a cadaver? It's a dead body. We save your dead body in its armor. Okay, that you may be a lesson. So Ibn Abbas telling his body will be saved. So your Ibn Abbas is 7th century, is a companion, right? So you are telling 7th century people have no idea, but the Ibn Abbas, I can share the link. You can see
I,
the
so
Ibn Abbas. Right,
again,
you said
if it says, hang on, save you,
okay.
it does not say we will preserve your body. It does not say we will kill you. And
Wait. He said, Allah said in the today we are.
dang,
So he heard you an example. This is
Yeah,
again,
what the verse says, and you can again. He said, Allah, not Muhammad. Allah.
uh-huh.
Today we will save you.
Hmm.
We will save your body
No,
to
not
be
no, it does
to
not say
inherit
we
you
will
an
save you.
example.
We will save you in your body or with your body. You will be saved with your body, not
Sister,
we will preserve
I
your
told you
body.
before. Go learn Arabic. Go learn Arabic.
Okay. So you're saying that
after
you're saying
the
that the
letters,
pronoun there
one small
at the
dot,
beginning goes.
one small dot can change all the meaning of the word.
Okay, so
Yeah.
You
So
see,
what?
it's a different word. It's an extra
We
word.
agree, right? We
Okay, here
understand how Arabic works, right? That the preposition is coming from one small dot, as you
exactly.
call it.
Thanks God.
we will save you in your body.
Now,
We
what
will
does that
save
small
you with your
preposition mean?
body. Not we will save your body. It has a U and it has a U and it has a with or in. So
Yeah.
you will be saved
Okay.
in or with your body. Not we will save your body. We will save you in or with your body.
Yeah, Mary, so to quickly resolve this one, just go to the Tafsir ibn Abbas. He's a 7th century. He's a companion. He says it's your body. Okay.
Ibn
Then
Abbas,
in
the one attributed to Ibn Abbas is not from him, but I mean, you can say it is. Now, but I do not disagree that the Tafsir will all say that he died. Why do the Tafsir all say that he died when the Quran says that he is saved in his body?
He saved you.
Yeah, I mean, so first I have to understand.
Okay, so let me just clarify something. Okay, what I meant, I didn't mean that no one would say that he died. Right? I meant that no one would read this as some sort of miraculous description of mummification, which then was only rediscovered years later. Sorry. So that was my bad for not clarifying what I meant. Right. So no one would read it as mummification specifically. Like Mary said, and like you said, some of the tafsir do describe the body being destroyed and the body being made to reappear by Allah so that the people would know he was dead. Now, our question is not did any Muslim come up with this belief, but our question to you is where in any other Arabic sentence, in any other text, does save you mean preserve your body?
Okay, so yeah, this is
there is not.
Yeah, okay, Thaddeus. So first, when it comes to
so Ahmed, that's kind of the point is that it doesn't say we will save your body.
Yeah,
we will
yeah,
preserve your body. So I posted in here a link of all the other places where you have the same word to save or to rescue or to deliver, right?
No, yeah. So actually, the meaning will change when it comes to the context. First, second,
and in no other time does saving you mean that I will kill you, but I will save something else. But this was kind of an aside. Now, I did point out, whenever I said this, I said that people will point to Tafsir and say that no, he died. But if you just read the plain meaning of the text,
okay,
then you would never think that he died. And notice also, by the way, let me show how honest I am, that I gave both possible prepositions because you can't translate across languages exactly with prepositions. So if you see here, it says in with thy body. So I put in both of those so that you could read it either way. That we either delivered or saved thee with your body, or we delivered thee in your body. So I put both. I didn't lie. I didn't say it has to be in. I said it could be either one. Do you see that?
Okay, let me give you one example. Okay, so one from the Bible, one from the Quran. So let's first go to the Quran first. So in Quran, so many places Jesus was mentioned. He's a word from God. Also, there's a camel of Salih. It is mentioned he's a camel from God. So when Quran says camel from God, it is actually meaning that was created by God. So that is the Arabic. Even the English say from, it is the actual meaning is created by.
I'm not sure what your point here is.
Okay, so
he's trying to argue different Arabic. He's trying to argue that the preposition can mean different things, but I mean
that's a property of prepositions.
Let me show you
right?
again. I have with/in. If you are delivered with your body,
so let me help
how
out
is it
here, right? So prepositions actually don't carry as much meaning as people think they do. Right? The verb often dictates what preposition is used, which is why it becomes even more important for you to be able to demonstrate that this phrase, saved plus preposition plus body, can mean, as you suggest, saved your body while
Or the pronoun.
destroying your life.
The most important thing is the pronoun. There is a pronoun here. Save you, save them, save whoever.
Well, but if it was just save your body, right? If it was just save your body, that could mean just the body,
but
right?
It says it saves you either with
saves
or
you.
in.
Right, exactly. That's the point, right? It's save you. So you have to see that this phrase save you with any preposition you want can mean something other than preserve your life. I think that's the way you would have to demonstrate, because the natural reading of the phrase save you is that your life will be preserved. And I think, I mean, I'm being honest here because I actually don't care, right? If it means the body, it means the body. This isn't an argument that we make against Islam, right? We don't need this phrase. We're just trying to be honest with what the text says. And I think the reason it says save you in your body is to make it completely clear that the life is preserved. I think it's actually doing the opposite of what you're suggesting. I think it's trying to, the author is trying to make it more clear that he's referring to physical life. Like he's trying to suggest maybe that Allah doesn't grant this the Pharaoh salvation. He doesn't grant him entrance into paradise. He only preserves his body as a reward, or he preserves his life along with his body as a reward for that moment of submission. But now he has to further demonstrate through his being left alive that he's actually a Muslim. I think that's what the text is trying to say. And if it meant killed, it would be killed. It's not an argument against its truth one way or another. We're just trying to be honest with what the text means.
Yeah, this makes no difference. By the way, this makes no difference as to whether or not Islam, this part here, whether or not Allah saved Pharaoh or not at the last minute, because he didn't repent till the last minute. It really makes no difference as to the truth of Islam. All it shows, if this meaning is right, then it shows that for nefarious reasons, people who write tafsir are very willing to distort the truth. But it doesn't say whether or not the actual Quran is true or not. It really doesn't. It doesn't make a difference. And so it's kind of interesting that you really, really, really want to focus on this point and make it as if it is clearly saying that Pharaoh was denied and was killed whenever it says, I will save you.
Okay.
Means, I will kill you, but save your body.
Okay, so let me show an example. Okay, now this is also you did the same thing. You took it too much literal. Okay, now let me show you Bible verse, Hebrews 7:2-4. I will share the link. It says the Melchizedek, high priest, is someone without beginning, without end. Okay, it says literally says that one. The Melchizedek is a high priest. Is without beginning or without end. So that means he is God. Okay, but if I go to the study Bible says without end, without beginning mean he has no record of beginning or no record of end. So study Bible says that doesn't mean he is God. It means he has no record. No,
just to be clear, right? Just to be clear, the study Bible is just someone's opinion, right?
Yes.
That's literally just some random person's
it actually could be
opinion. And what the author of Hebrews, I think, is actually arguing is that Melchizedek is Christ pre-incarnate. So he actually is arguing that Melchizedek has no beginning and no end and is God.
Ahmed, just so you know, many Christians believe that Melchizedek was a theophany, that it was Christ pre-incarnate, a Christophany, that it was God. The author of Hebrews is clearly arguing that he is at minimum pointing towards Jesus because they chose not to give him a beginning or end in the text. That is the dead minimum. But he may be saying that he really is the pre-incarnate Christ in this instance, and it was truly to Christ that this is given.
Okay, then the next verse say the Melchizedek resembles the Son of God. So how can he resemble Son of God if both are same person? Both has to be two different persons. It says the next verse say the Melchizedek resemble the Son of God, then how can he resemble Son of God if both are same? It's the
Because
pre-incarnation.
in a
Also,
Christophany, the Christophany is similar to the incarnation.
yeah, incarnation means both are same person. Then one cannot resemble other. They are the same. Right?
So a
How can?
Christophany is not identical to the incarnation. Sorry.
Yeah, that
So,
would be.
no,
I understand
I'm
why
telling,
you wouldn't understand the difference, but they're very different in Christian theology.
no, even though difference, it doesn't say that. It literally says he resembles Son of God. Also, it is said that Jesus will come in the order of Melchizedek. So
Hold
if the
on,
Jesus,
hold on. Does it say he resembles the Son of God,
yeah, it's a resembling Son of God.
or does it say something slightly different?
No, it's a resembling Son of God.
Where
Yes,
does it?
but
I'm still
resembling
trying to figure out where it
the
says
text continues on after that, right? It doesn't just say,
Yeah,
but he resembles the Son of God. It says, but resembling the Son of God, he
yeah,
continues a priest forever. So,
yeah.
do you really think that the author of Hebrews is suggesting that Melchizedek, a human being, is still priest at the time he's writing a couple thousand years later? That he's literally priest on earth somewhere? Or do you think that more likely the author, and you're free to say the author is wrong, but we're only talking about what the author means here, that he means that Melchizedek is in some sense literally God, right? That he continues his priesthood beyond his bodily life.
No, yeah, but yeah, you are giving an interpretation. Same thing. So if you go to the literal meaning of the text, it says Jesus is in the order, come in the order of Melchizedek. So if he come in the order of
So that's a
Melchizedek,
different verse.
yeah, different verse. But how, I'm not telling this is wrong. I am applying the same standard. If you apply the literal meaning, you have to do with the Bible too. Right?
Okay,
If
then
you
it's
apply,
a Christophany. We have no problem with it being a Christophany. If you want to say that's what he's trying to say, then he's a
yeah, it is,
Christophany.
Right. So,
yeah,
okay.
So
Let me just
Melchizedek
clarify
would
for the
not be
audience
Jesus.
what Ahmed's point is, and his actual point is valid. His example might not have been the best, but his actual point is valid. That you
Terrible.
can't just
Yeah.
rip words out of their context and say these words mean X, therefore this is what the text means, because all words, their meaning is determined by context. And when you rip a verse or part of a verse or even a paragraph out of context, you risk distorting the meaning by not having the proper background in mind when you're reading the text. So that point is valid. However, I don't think this actually helps you. Well, first of all, I don't think that the verse that we're even discussing is problematic. But second of all, I don't think it helps your interpretation of the verse in the Quran, because there's nothing in the context that says that
Yeah.
Pharaoh died. If there's something in the
no,
context that it
okay,
said or implied Pharaoh died, then
Because
okay,
it
I
would
would
have
say
to be clear.
absolutely, right? I would say
yeah,
absolutely that would be evidence that we're misunderstanding the verse. But there's nothing in the context. The context just says it's a sign. I think it's equally a sign for the people if Pharaoh is preserved alive as the only remnant of the army that's been destroyed.
Yeah, that would make him a sign. Whereas if he were preserved as a mummy, that's how they're all preserved. How on earth is he a miracle then? How is he a sign if he's preserved in the exact same way that all rich Egyptians were saved then? Like,
yeah,
it just makes less sense. How is that miraculous?
yeah.
That his
Also,
body
Mary,
washed ashore?
yeah, also, Mary, you said the Melchizedek is the incarnation of Jesus, but that is not there in
No,
the
no, we did
context.
not say incarnation. No, he's not
No,
an
no, 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 no,
incarnation.
not
It's a
incarnation,
Christophany.
theophany.
Oh, yeah, it is mentioned. Can you show me the verse? The philosophy is the Jesus. Can you show me in the context? Because you said you
Can
cannot
I?
put something.
Oh,
Can you show me in the context?
Okay. First of all, I already. Why are you pushing on this? Because I already agreed
I
your
think
point
he's
was
just trying to
valid.
distract from the because it really makes no
I already,
sense.
and I also agreed that the Quran verse isn't problematic. Like, we're literally spending all this time discussing a verse that Mary and I don't find problematic for Islam, regardless of which of the two possible
Okay,
meanings you give it.
what would change in terms of Muhammad's prophethood and the validity of the Quran if Allah is saying that I will save you alone out of this entire army and make you a spectacle as a saved person because you decided to submit. I will now make you a spectacle as a sign and a miracle. I will miraculously save you in your body and make you a spectacle for the people. How is that problematic? And in fact, how is that worse than saying that I will cause your body to wash up and then people will, and then pagan priests will mummify it as they mummify all the pharaohs, and then you'll be preserved as a mummy like all the pharaohs are, absolutely no different from them, and somehow this is supposed to be a miracle
Right.
for the people. And you'll
So
be
to be
buried
clear,
in a way that nobody
right?
can see.
So the mummy thing is a side issue,
Yeah,
but
but
to be clear, what the tafsir say is that the people, or at least some of them, they vary, but the people started to doubt that Pharaoh had died, and then so then Allah throws his body up from the sea onto the shore so that people can see his body. That's what the tafsirs say, that the people were doubting that the Pharaoh had died, so Allah approved it. But that doesn't fit with the context, right? Because there's no reason for there to be a description of Pharaoh crying out to Allah to be saying, I want to be saved, if the reason that his body is preserved and is thrown up onto the shore later on is because people are doubting, right? So our suggestion is more consistent with the text, and I really don't see why you're pushing against it, because it's
yeah.
not actually problematic to your theology that Allah keeps him alive as a demonstration to the people what happens when you submit.
The thing is, from the early commentaries, no one said it was alive, right? Because so.
I mean, that's fine. There are lots of times that the early commentators say very silly things that are clearly not meant in the text.
No, because this is all of them, not one of them. Because sometimes one of the commentaries may messed up, but this is the all of the commentaries say he died. None of them say he's alive.
So
That's the case.
I have a question. Do all the commentators agree that Musa was a descendant of Abraham?
I don't know. To be
They
frank,
actually do. But if you actually read the Quran, when you start at
okay.
an what is it? Whenever you start
So I'll give you a second to look that up, Mary, so that we're not just
in
hanging
at the
here. But I
beginning.
want to make a point, right? So that Ahmed can understand what the real point here is. The point is to try to understand what the author of the text means, as opposed to what tradition says about it. I would hope that you don't think that the consensus of tafsir is infallible, that it's incapable of making a mistake about the text, and we want to know what the text actually says, which is what we attempt to do when we go to the Bible. We attempt to see what the text says. Now, that doesn't mean that tafsir or commentary has no value. It definitely does, right? It helps check you against making a ridiculous decision and reading a verse in a way that is impossible to read it. But you also have to acknowledge the possibility that the people writing the tafsirs, generally a couple hundred years after Muhammad, didn't actually understand what Muhammad or Allah meant. And that you have to take into consideration the possibility that they're wrong. And when we do this, and when we go to the Bible, if we have good evidence for a interpretation that the church didn't affirm in, say, the 2nd century, we're okay with supporting that as long as we have good evidence for it. Whereas when we went to the C track thing, you said, well, I don't know. I don't know of any evidence that the word can mean this. But see, that's the thing. When we impose a new interpretation on the Bible, and by we, I mean qualified, educated scholars, not just random people, we do so because of what the research says, right? What study of the language says, what study of the cultural background says, because the people writing the commentaries don't come from the same geographic place, the same linguistic base as the authors of the text, and so they may misunderstand things. So that's the point. All right, Mary, you can go to your example now.
So I know you guys are like really upset at the idea that the Tafsir would misunderstand it, but I do ask you to look at the actual Arabic word, what the ka mean at the end. It means you.
Yeah,
Your
actually,
in or with your body. And it's the onus is on the exegetes to show any other time in which someone is said to have been saved, but then they were actually slaughtered. Because that never happens. I understand. I said, when I went over this, I said, if you go to the Tafsir, it will say that he was killed and then his body was pulled up, but that's not what the Arabic is saying. It really is not. That's why it's glossed in this way, because anyone who's just reading it would never believe that the guy was killed. And yes, he was in the ocean and he's dying in the ocean when this happens. And yet, as he's dying, his host, when the drowning overtook him, he said, so he's drowning, and then he says this. So, and I'm not sure why that, of all the things, why you're not bothered by the contradictions and who the first, what the meaning of the first to believe is, and how it can't be any of the suggestions that are given. For example, because there is already a believer of Pharaoh's folk, of Muhammad's generation, who is a believer. And being a Pharaoh's folk, he still has to be, according to the Quran, of the folk of Moses, because it was only the folk of Moses who believed. So it's in Moses' generation. It's before Moses declares himself to be a first believer. So yes, I understand what the Tafsir say. I know that they are in agreement in this point. It's not what the text says. There are so many cases where the text says one thing and the Tafsirs say, no, the Quran might say this, but the Quran is wrong. What it should have said is this.
So in that one, it's only just a preposition. If you apply the same standard, Bible is wrong too. I show in the case of Melchizedek, what you are telling is not there. It is only in the commentaries, right?
No,
I,
no,
I
no,
asked
Ahmed,
you,
sweetheart,
no. So,
really trying to go back to this.
we can go to Hebrews. We can discuss it in depth, but trust me, actual scholars of Hebrews will say that the author of this text 100% believes in the deity of Christ. That they'll say it's the highest Christology of any book of the
no.
Bible.
I'm not talking about divinity. I'm telling you that
And what he's
Jesus,
arguing, right? What he's
Jesus is the,
arguing is for the pre-existence of Jesus when he just brings up Melchizedek. Whether he means it as a symbol or whether he means it literally, and I think he means it literally, but either way, that is what he is arguing. He's arguing that
you said,
Melchizedek points towards the eternality of Jesus and his eternal priesthood.
you said Melchizedek is a pre-incarnation of Jesus. That is not there. That is only available in the study Bible or the opinion of the scholars. No, it is not there. Melchizedek is a pre-incarnation of Jesus. So that's what my point. Your study Bible says something
No,
else.
sweetheart, Ahmed, whenever you read it, if you have any, so
Okay,
that would be, you could have
let
one
me
of
try to
two
explain. Let me try to explain.
understandings.
Right. So the difference here is that we believe that's what the author meant based on what we understand about his background, right? What he would reasonably be drawing from first century Jewish theology. We don't just arbitrarily believe it. We believe that's what he's trying to argue based on what we understand about his, what an ordinary first century Jewish theology would be. Whereas you are suggesting that the Tafsir writers, I'm trying to give the most generous, or the strongest version of the argument that you could make. What you could argue is that the Tafsir writers were in a position to know what the Arabic meant, right? They're in a better position than you to understand what the Arabic meant. And the problem is that I don't think that's actually true, because a couple hundred years later generally, and they're writing from different geographies than when the text, where and when the text was written. And this is ignoring the fact that you're supposed to believe that it's, you know, the eternal pre-existent word of Allah and doesn't reflect 7th century terminology at all, but reflects the eternal meaning of these words. So
Yeah.
you see the difference here? That when we say the author of Hebrews means X, we're doing so because of what we know. When you say the author of the Quran means Y, you're saying that other authors have suggested that he meant that.
Yeah, because yeah, let me clarify my position. My position is Quran says all the tafsir agree he was died. So, but when it comes to the Melchizedek, someone say he's pre-incarnation, someone say he's not. So you have a division among your scholars itself, whether he's a pre-incarnation or not. So because that ambiguity comes, because the Bible do not dictate that one clearly. That's why you have two different opinions. In terms of
So
Quran,
Ahmed, if you have difference in scholarly opinion as to things, then the Quran is untrue and it's false, and
No,
you
he
should
didn't say
throw it
untrue.
out.
He didn't say untrue. He just said
Well, I
unclear.
mean, he's saying that the reason is because you know there's something wrong with your Bible that you might have
Right.
a difference here.
So this is a
So
property of
here's
human
the issue.
language.
You've already
Yeah,
admitted,
it's just a
Ahmed,
property of
you're
human
just running
language.
a
no, yeah,
because you've already admitted that there are tons of things that there are differences of opinion on among the scholars and the tafsir, which is true. There are huge numbers of things that there are differences of opinion about.
yeah. My point is, if you have a different opinion, that means original text is not that much clear. That's why you have two different opinions. If
Okay,
the
so are you
text is
saying
Okay,
that
but
in the
are you willing to apply that to the
Quran is
Quran?
unclear in all of those places? Is that what you're saying?
no, in some places, Quran clearly do not dictate what happened. In that case, we have a different opinion, right? So of
Oh, so
course,
you're saying that only if there's a difference of opinion is it unclear.
Well, yeah,
The
that's
whole
fair.
reason that
Well,
there is a
sort of.
note here about
It's
what is
objective.
actually meant is because no one would understand it that way if you were trying to understand it. Mo Bang, sweetheart, it doesn't say Mahmed there. It does not say, it says Mahmed, Mahmedim. It does not say Mohammed. And if you say that means Mohammed, Mohammed is a dead woman in another place.
maybe we can avoid the different topics. So that
Yeah, okay. So I think we should probably wrap it up for today, unless you want to make. So we can disagree about the meaning of whatever that verse was in the Quran, 1090.
yeah,
We can disagree about the meaning of 1090. I
okay,
don't think there's any theological significance about that
okay.
disagreement.
Yeah, I just need to know.
The
Anyone else
Christians
have
would
a similar
disagree
opinion
about what
other than
the
you?
exact nature of Melchizedek. And I don't think that that affects Christian theology. So these are very interesting discussions, but they're not really important points of dispute. So we can wrap it up here tonight. Or if you want to comment on the original subject, which is who the first Muslim is, I would welcome that.
Yeah, original Muslim, it is first Muslim is Adam, without a doubt. Okay, but when some places it is mentioned Musa is the first Muslim, because in the context, in among his people he is the first. In the same way, when Prophet Muhammad say I'm the first Muslim, among his people he is the first Muslim. So it's the context. When he say I'm the first Muslim, within his people, it Prophet Muhammad never said I'm the first Muslim ever or from all human. It never mentioned. So
Okay,
it is
hey,
always the context.
yes. So Ahmed, is Wadaka a believer in Allah alone and not an associator?
I think he's an Nestorian Christian. Maybe he has some knowledge about the previous Christianity. I'm not sure whether
Is
he's
is he a believer or is he an associator? Those are your categories.
your believer. I mean like I'm not sure. I'm not sure
So
because
if
I
he is the
think he has
believer, according to the
okay,
sources,
okay,
he was one of the four Hanifs. Are Hanifs associators?
okay, monotheist. Okay, Hanaf
So
monotheist.
he's a monotheist.
Yeah,
So and
yes, I
according to Allah,
okay,
anyone who is a true worshiper of Allah is a Muslim.
yes.
So then he has to be a Muslim. What about Zayd ibn Amr? Remember that he is reported to be the one to tell Muhammad when Muhammad had a bag of sacrificed meat that was sacrificed to an idol. Zayd ibn Amr said, no,
Okay.
I won't eat that. I won't eat of the things that were sacrificed to idols. So he is also a pure monotheist too, right?
Okay.
So is he a Muslim? Has he submitted to Allah, or is he an associator?
No, Mary, so the point is, Mary, so when we say Muslim, those who submit, okay, these people know there's one God, but that doesn't mean they submit, okay. When it comes to this person, he knows there's a monotheistic God, but he cannot submit unless he has a law.
Well,
So in that
hang on. So the only people, according to, that's why I started out with definitions according to
okay.
Allah himself. So right here, notice,
So I think Marika will know
am I
well.
sharing here? Yes. So
Yeah.
the true religion with God is surrender.
Yeah. So Islamic
Those who were given the
submit,
book were not at variance except after the knowledge came to them, being insolent to one another. So everyone who has the book, they have access to this true religion,
they
according
have
to this. If you'll share my thing at
Yep.
319. So Surah Imran 19.
okay.
Nothing except the religion of surrender of Islam will be accepted of him. Everyone who is not of Islam are among the losers. Do
Okay.
you think that Zayd ibn Amr is among the losers?
Who ate the apple?
Or
No,
Waraka?
no, these people, they were before the law came, right? Before the Prophet. So by default, they will be exempted because these people, like according to Islam, Prophet Muhammad clearly said, the four people are exempted: the children, the people that they do not have a prophet. These people, when they die, they will end up between hell and heaven. Right? They are not
Muhammad
people.
also said that the children who are born of Jahiliyyah are in hellfire as well, by the way.
No,
But
no, no.
hang
He's
on, but you're trying to sidestep the point that they are Hanif. They're Hanifs, right? Abraham is called a Hanif, a Muslim, right? Those
yeah.
are said together as if they are the same thing.
Yeah, that's mean one someone believe in one God and Muslims are two different definitions. So anyone can believe there's a one God, but at the same time he cannot be a Muslim because Muslim means those who submit. If you submit, you need to have a law. So these people did not have a law because of that one. They did not submit. So they
They had
accepted.
laws. You can only have a law
No,
of your own tribe. You can't have so people who are from who are not Arab can't be Muslims because they are not getting the law of their own tribe, their own people.
law means I'm talking about the divine law. Okay, these people did not
Yeah,
have a
that's what I'm
divine law.
saying.
Okay,
Ibn Ibn Huwayrith,
okay,
Who ate the
okay.
apple?
he followed a divine law.
I don't think so because
You
there
don't
was
think he
no
did?
law.
The
No.
sources say that he absolutely became a Christian and followed Christianity.
Before Islam, you are telling?
Yeah, before Islam, he was a Christian. Islam had not come yet, so he would have to be a Muslim by that definition. He died before hearing of Muhammad. He had not heard of Muhammad. He went by the revelation of the book that
Okay.
existed and became a Christian.
Okay, then he's a Muslim. Okay, then if he has
Okay, so
access to
he
the
is a
law, okay,
Muslim
okay,
before Muhammad, and he's from
okay,
Muhammad's generation. He was one of Khadija's cousins.
okay,
Waraka had scripture. He wrote from the he wrote from the scriptures according
okay,
to the sources. He had the scripture, so he had a law. So he was a Muslim.
okay. I'm not sure about Barca, whether he follow the law or not. Okay, I need to check this up.
So check
Okay,
out and see that he had the law. He's supposed to. It said a lot of the sources. Nobody's only recent things claim that he's an historian. There's no way he was an historian, but
okay,
they do say
okay.
that he had the scripture and he wrote of them as much
Oh,
as
Who
Allah
ate the
will.
apple?
okay, so what's the point are you making? You are telling because Barca is a Muslim because of that
So
one. Muhammad cannot say I'm the best Muslim. That's what you're
Waraka
telling.
has scripture,
Okay,
which means, and he is a Hanif with scripture, and so
Who
he's a
ate
okay,
the
Muslim
apple?
by any
okay.
definition.
He's a Muslim. Okay, now your point is because of that one, Muhammad cannot say I'm the first Muslim. That's the point you are making.
Right, him and Ibn Huwayrith
No, because Prophet Muhammad talking to his audience, right? Because Varaka and these two people was never his among his audience or among his followers. Because when the
So
Prophet Muhammad,
Waraka didn't believe that he was a true prophet?
he believed, but he did not have the chance to live because after a couple of 2 or 3 years he died. So
Yeah,
the
he did
Varaka,
die.
yeah. So because of
So
that,
he no longer counts. So he was a Muslim. So now he's the new first Muslim. I have another question. When does Muhammad declare himself that he is the first Muslim? When does he say this?
okay, you can. I need to check that one, but if you have information, you can share it when he say that one.
He
Because
said
my
it in
point is,
Medina. So though the verses that say I am the first Muslim are in
okay,
Medina. And so
okay,
Who
when,
ate the
so
apple?
he's already had a bunch of people follow him.
yeah.
The
So
to
my point
Mecca,
is,
all the immigrants followed him to Mecca, or excuse me, to Medina. They all followed him, and yet he suddenly says, "I am the first Muslim." Is he talking about in that moment or previously? At what moment did he become the first Muslim? Because if he became the first Muslim and
yeah, I'm
Waraka was still alive, that's especially odd. If he wasn't a Muslim while he was receiving revelation, could someone be not a Muslim and be getting revelation from Allah?
yeah, Mary, I'm telling, when he talked to Medina, he's among his people, he is talking to his people. And among his people, he is the first Muslim. Varka was dead long back. When Medina happened after 10 years, right, 13 years. So Varka is long dead. When he talking to his people in Medina, Prophet Muhammad is the first. I think Abu Bakr is the second Muslim.
Who
Right,
ate the
Varka and
apple?
those two people long dead, right? So in the based on the context, he's right. He's talking to people in Medina, so they
So,
are they are they are the followers of Muhammad. Muhammad is
oh
the
my
best.
goodness.
Who ate
So
the apple?
all he's saying is that among the people who are currently following me, I am the first one among you who believed. So
Hmm.
what did Moses mean when he said he was the first believer? Because he says this when he's at Al-Tur, right?
Who ate
Yes.
the
So he's
apple?
already left. He has left Egypt. He is at
Yeah.
Al-Tur and he says,
Okay.
I am the first believer.
Okay.
And yet it says that
Hmm.
among a believer, a man from among the people of Pharaoh
Okay.
who had concealed his belief. So when when Moses comes to Pharaoh to speak, there is already a man there from among the people of Pharaoh who is a
Okay.
believer.
Okay.
How is
Okay.
Moses a believer, the first believer then? And he declares
Because
this at Al-Tur.
yeah, because in that case, Moses law was given to the Moses. Okay. By definition, the Moses should be the first Muslim because he was given the law. He is the one first to submit. So that person, he did not have a law. He believed in one God, but he do not.
So
He don't.
okay, so he doesn't have a law. So what happened to what Abraham had? What happened to what Joseph had?
Yeah, these
Joseph
people.
was a messenger
Yeah,
according to the Quran.
yeah, yeah, Mary, I'm telling, Joseph had a law, but that law was not available to the person in the Pharaoh's court. That's what I'm telling.
He talks about it. He doesn't know. He literally talks about. Let me find where he's talking about the messenger that. Where is he? Where's our buddy? So apparently he knows all about Joseph. He knows all about Joseph's clear signs,
Who
and he
ate
knows
the
that Joseph
apple?
was a messenger, and yet somehow he doesn't have that. It calls him a believer, but somehow
Yeah,
that doesn't mean Muslim.
can you show me the verse? Yeah, he's
Right
talking about.
here. Sorry, it will disappear in a second. It's 40, 28 through 34. Surah 40, sorry, Ayah 28 through Ayah 34.
40-20.
I keep saying Ayah, I should say Ayah, sorry. Bad old habit.
So while you're doing that, just want to address this comment real quick from Chainmail. Lilith left Adam for sin. Eve was made for Adam and damned us all. Mary gave birth to Christ.
No.
I don't know if this comment is serious. I don't know if you call yourself a Christian or what, but Lilith is not biblical. This is a very heretical nonsense idea. I suggest you not repeat it.
Yeah, Lilith, in that sense, is a late medieval folk tale based on a Sumerian demon character, a Sumerian sleep demon. So if you think that truth only comes in the late Middle Ages, then you're very goofy.
All right, so we'll finish up this point, and I'll give King Kafir a chance. Yeah, go ahead, Amin. I was just filling time while you were finding what you wanted to talk about. Go ahead.
No, he's not talking. He's not talking about any other prophets. He's simply telling I'm a believer. But it is the God talking about the previous prophets, not him.
What?
Yeah, can you show me like because I'm checking here. So he
Okay,
said,
so then he said to he who believed, my people, then said he who believed, so he's talking, my people, I fear for you, like the day of the parties in the case of Noah's people, etc., etc., etc. Oh, my people, I fear, etc., etc., etc. Joseph brought you the clear signs before, yet you continued in doubt concerning him that he brought you, until when he perished, you said, God will never send forth a messenger after him. And then that's the end of the quote. At the end, that's it. Then he stops talking. Even so, Allah leads astray the prodigal and the doubter, is the end of that, and may or may not be part of the quote. But he's still talking to the people. He's talking to you. He's talking to them, oh, my people. And then you, the day you turn about, Joseph brought you the clear signs before, yet you continued in doubt concerning what he brought you, until when he perished, you said, God will never send forth a messenger after him. So either Joseph brought the clear signs before and he was a messenger, or he didn't. Wasn't that long ago. What did he do? Just set down the scroll and misplaced it and they didn't know what it was? Abraham had already come too. And according to Islam, Abraham had a book, and we should still have it because Allah's word is not supposed to be able to be
no,
lost.
yeah, Amir, my point is the Moses speak into the context. Okay, so in the context, that's what I'm telling. Abraham came, but Abraham came much earlier than Moses. So Moses is not talking to the people of Abraham. That's what I'm telling. Moses, when he see the
There's
God,
this man who is a believer of Pharaoh's folk. He is a believer. And then
yeah,
Moses
but
does not say, I am a Muslim. Moses says, I am the first believer. This man is a believer of Pharaoh's folk. And Moses later says, I am the first believer. This man was already a believer before Moses came. And then when Moses came and made an argument, he supported Moses because he was already a believer.
okay, so where did say Moses is a believer? Where did Moses say I'm the believer? In the court or somewhere else?
No, in the Quran, he says, I am the first believer.
Okay,
In that same way. Let's see, where is it? Is it right here? Nope.
What is the context? I'm telling whether
he is
telling
at Al-Tur. I am the first. To thee I turn in repentance, and I am the first believer. This actually is believer. I went and looked it up. So
I'm the first to believe. It's not a believer. I'm the first to believe.
It actually in Arabic it says believer. Another Muslim said believer, and I'm like, well, it says to believe here. So I looked it up, and it does say believer, al-muqamin in Arabic. It does not say to believe. I am the first believer, is what it says here. And yet there is a believer, and you can't tell me that believer means you have to have revelation, because that is just especially silly.
No, I did not say that. Believer, because if someone is submitting, he's a believer. That's it. Okay. If the Pharaoh's court, he knows about the prophets, then he's a believer. Now, my point is, when Moses is making the claim, okay, Moses is making a claim in a different place, so in a different context.
Later on, he's saying, I'm the first believer, after this guy has spoken and after this guy has previously been a believer. So Moses is surrounded by people who believe. and then he says, I am the first believer.
Okay.
And so there are a number of other people, including people. And by the way, are you saying that Muslim always means people who have revelation? Did the sorcerers have revelation? Because the sorcerers said, we are Muslim, we have surrendered. Where is it?
Just let me see the context here. Moses saying, I'm the first believer or
Wait,
believer.
let's see.
Okay.
Okay, this one is believe. I think that there's another one that says Muslim in another place. Let's see if I can find it. Where is our? I think there's a place where it says that. Oh, Queen of Sheba is a Muslim, according to this, even though she hasn't learned anything from them.
Maybe I don't deny that one. Joseph was a Muslim, Queen Sheba was a Muslim, so I don't deny that one. But Moses came much later. So Moses is telling, I'm the first to believe in a different context. So when he see the God in the mountain, he is telling, I'm the first to believe. Okay, he is telling, I'm the first one to believe.
I'm the first believer.
Let me ask you a question.
Okay,
Directly related to Moses, right? Just let me ask you a simple question.
Okay.
What were the people doing going into the wilderness to worship on a mountain if they didn't believe before this point?
Already, because then the context scene, Moses see the God, and after that he is telling, I'm the first to believe. He is telling, I'm the first to believe in you. Okay, in the context he is telling that one. He is not telling. He is not telling.
So okay, I got that you have to say that Moses is the first true believer. So are you suggesting that all of these people followed Moses to go worship Allah and they didn't actually believe?
Yeah, who convinced them to believe? Moses, right? Moses would be the.
Why did they go out if they didn't already believe? Why did it say, it's Tuesday, it's a good day to take a stroll in the desert?
Yeah, I am telling Moses is the one tell I am a prophet because of his convincement. Those people became believers, right?
So okay, good. Okay, so you said that Moses was a prophet and he convinced other people to believe. All of this, including Moses being called as a prophet and convincing people to believe, all occurs before he declares, I'm the first to believe because of what I just saw.
Okay.
And this guy was already believing before Moses showed up. His mother was already believing. It said that his mother was a believer. Remember? It says that Allah preserved his mother as a believer.
Okay.
So his mother was a believer when he was an infant. This guy right here, the man from among the people of Pharaoh, is a believer, and he was a believer before Moses came. He just supported Moses because he was a believer. He didn't become a believer. It clearly says he had concealed his faith previously.
Yeah, I have no doubt in that one. These people are claiming to be believers. I have no issue in that one. I'm telling.
They're not claiming it. Allah is saying that they're a believer.
Okay, yeah. I have no issue in that one. My point is, when Moses is telling, I'm the first to believe, he is telling he has seen God. In that context, he is telling, I'm the first believer because I'm the first to believe in you. That's what he is telling because he has seen God.
So what is everybody else believing in?
So you're repeating the words, but you're not making an actual distinction, right? Because you're saying people believed. I don't have any problem with people believing, but Moses says he's the first believer because he's the first to believe. That's essentially what you're telling us, which is just word salad. I'm not seeing any distinction between Moses and the other people that allows him to say, I am the first believer. Now, let me help you. What you could say is that people had incomplete knowledge, they had some idea, but they weren't true believers because they didn't have true revelation. You could say something like that. Then it would at least be coherent. It wouldn't be, there's nothing contextual for that, but at least be coherent. So could you maybe do something like that where you make a distinction about why Moses is allowed to say he's the first believer, and the Quran also says other people believed, and uses the same terms for it, by the way.
No, because he is telling he has seen God. Because of that one, he is telling, I'm the first to believe. Okay, because he has seen God. Because of that experience, he is telling, because if anything happened, I'm the first one. Like, I don't have the exact terms to tell that one.
Yeah, so you're clearly struggling. let me rephrase it differently. Is Moses chronologically the first believer from his own generation?
Chronologically, all
It means
generation.
in time. Was he the first one in time? First, second, third?
Among his generation. Forget about Abraham and Jesus and anyone from other time periods. Just in his own time period, is he the first believer?
Among his generation, when it comes to his law, he is the one first to submit to the Moses law. So in that case, he is the first.
So he is the
Okay,
first
so
of those who believe in Moses' law.
Good.
Yeah.
Now you actually gave us something that makes it distinct. It doesn't have anything to do with the context, but at least it's something that makes it distinct, right? That he's the first Muslim because he's the first to have the revelation of the law.
Yeah.
I believe that's what you're saying, correct?
But he calls himself the first believer, and they're previous believers. You can play with the words all you want. He doesn't say I'm the first one to believe in the law that I haven't yet received, because he still hasn't received the law at this point. He hasn't received anything at this point. He isn't saying I'm going to be the first one. He's like, I'm the first one. I'm the first believer. That's what he says. And none of the circumstances fit that don't just go, well, every prophet is a first believer in their own prophecy. That's what you're reduced to, which is inane. It really is. But if you look, by the way, at 28:10.
Yeah, so go ahead and go to that, and then I'll give Ahmed a chance to reply, and then I want to give King Kafir a chance to talk, and then we'll wrap up after that.
All right, if you can bring it up. There it is. Here's Moses' mom, who's also a believer.
Right. So, I mean, Ahmed's going to be able to do the same explanation, though, right? Because
she doesn't believe in the revelation that somehow he believes in, even though he hasn't received it yet.
That he hasn't received yet when he declares himself to be the first believer. Maybe he should have said, I will be the first believer in the law I'm about to receive.
No, my point is he is telling I'm the first to believe. So that usefully translation say I'm the first to believe. So because he's seen God, he is telling I'm the first to believe in you.
Right. Well, we agree he's saying those words. We're just not seeing how it's coherent with the Quran, supposedly the words of Allah, saying that Moses' mother was a believer, and that some members of Pharaoh's court were a believer, and that the people trusted Moses as a prophet before they were believers, apparently. Right? It doesn't say one way or another whether they were believers. It just says that they trusted him enough to follow him.
Oh no, it does say that some of the people, some of those, no one believed except for those of his people, and it said that they were believers. So it does explicitly say that some.
I mean, so strictly speaking, right? Strictly speaking, that would just mean that no non-member of Moses' tribe believed. It wouldn't tell you how many of his tribe believed.
True, but they did believe.
Right, at least some did, right?
And the context of that is whenever Moses is in front of Pharaoh during that entire time period when he and Pharaoh are fighting. And by the way, in the Quran, it's quite clear that there are years. Moses is facing Pharaoh for years, not a number of days as it is in the Bible, but rather years. And during that period of years, he gathered only a few followers, and that they are believers. That's Moses' real mom.
No, the point I'm going to make is okay. It is the translate. He is telling this because I don't know how to phrase that one. That's the issue here. So he is telling I'm the first to believe me. Like he is talking in a future sense. I don't know how to phrase that one.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So actually, I think what you're trying to end up is suggesting exactly what I said that he should have said is I will be the first to believe in the law that is about to be revealed.
No, I'm telling like I'm the first to follow you. That's mean like I'm the first. If anything,
right. I'm the first to follow the law that you're about to reveal.
No, I mean I'm telling. He's telling in a future sense. He's telling I'm the first to believe.
That's what will means, right?
Future. If you tell me something, I'm the first one to do it. So in that sense, he's telling I'm the first to believe. Okay, because he has seen.
Okay, so Right. I get what you're saying. Right. He could be describing an event that hasn't taken place yet. Like if Mr. Beast said, I am the first person with 1 billion subscribers on YouTube. That hasn't happened, but it is something that he could say. Uh, and it would be a prediction of the future. And I think that's what you're trying to say, is that Moses is the first to believe, not in the sense of have faith or have head knowledge, but he's the first to submit and follow the law, which he can't literally do at that point because it hasn't been revealed yet. I think that's what you're trying to say.
No, not exactly. I'm telling like, okay, imagine so, uh, how how to tell that one, like, because translation say I'm the first to believe, not the believers, right? Another translation say
I
I'm
don't,
the
well, first of all, so funny, a Muslim earlier disputed to believe. He said that that was a bad translation
And
and
he was actually
we were
right.
distorting
It
it.
is in fact
And Mary looked it up, and it
al
is actually a
muqamin
noun,
because I
not a
looked it up.
verb. Right? It is
I just
actually a noun, not
assumed.
a verb.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
I think they actually mean exactly the same thing. So I don't really
Yeah, they
care if
do.
you translate it as a verb or you translate it as a noun. I think either one's appropriate translation choice.
Yeah, I prefer
I just
stiffer
wouldn't make a
translations.
point. Right.
Just as a point, I prefer it to be as exact, even if it sounds a little bit clunky in English, because it's not English, and that's fine. It can sound clunky in English to get the exact words, but they chose to translate it that way. It's not terrible. It just really is the first believer in Arabic, al muqamin.
Right. And I think it doesn't matter, right? You can translate however you like. I I still fail to see how you're making a distinction. I mean, I was trying to give you, I was trying to take what you said about it being future sense and put it into words that make sense to me. But instead, and it's clearly, inability for us to understand each other clearly. I'm not suggesting anything otherwise. But you keep saying he says he's the first to believe in a future sense, and I don't understand what you mean by that.
Well, he's still
In
trying to draw on his false meaning of Muslim, that Muslim means someone who has a law. And so he's saying, oh, believer in this case. He's
no, no,
trying
no,
to import that meaning of going to
well, that's
believe
what
in the
yeah,
law.
I mean, that's what I was trying to do with my
no, no.
suggestion.
I said if you are Muslim, you also submit to the law. Okay, not you don't need
Yeah,
to
yeah,
have a
yeah.
law.
That's true. You don't just have it; you also have to submit to it. That's fair.
That's the definition of Muslim. Okay, that's when if you
Oh, no,
become a
no, no, no,
Muslim.
no, 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 no. It's submit to a law. It's always
Yeah,
submit to a law. Come on. You
yes,
can't say sit to, oh, are you saying a law or a law?
I am submit to Allah by the law
Okay, to
because
Allah.
how do you
Yeah, they're
submit?
all submitting to Allah. So Waraka supposedly
Right.
submitted to
So, okay,
Allah.
I think what
Amr.
Ahmed's saying is right. They're
Yeah,
submitting to the degree that's possible, and thus they can be said to be a submitter. But
yeah,
they're
I'm
not
telling.
submitting to the
Now,
full law because they don't have the full law, so they can't be
But they did.
a
yeah,
full Muslim.
yeah, no, submit
I'm just
means
trying to understand his point. I'm not.
yeah.
You don't have to
This is
say,
again.
but that's not true, because I'm just trying to understand what his point is.
Yeah, yeah, I'm telling. Okay, submit means you have to pray 5 times a day. So if you need to pray, then you need to have a law because how you pray, when you pray. That's what I'm telling. Okay, simply believing one no go, simply believe in one God will not make you a Muslim. Right, that's what I'm telling. Simple faith. With faith alone, you will not become a Muslim. You have to do something. What to do? How to do? That
Okay.
for that one
Yeah.
you need to have a law.
Yeah.
So
That's what I'm.
Ahmed,
Okay.
by the
We're just
way, but
okay.
but if
So,
you're talking about
I,
things like direction to pray, a qibla,
yeah,
when did
that's
Moses supposedly get his
great.
qibla? Was he at Al Tur
Okay.
or had
So,
he gotten it
Mary,
before?
I don't want you to open up new issues. I think that
Yeah, it's just
we're
I
it's
talking in
very silly.
circle. We're talking. Just I
I
need to
get
wrap up
I
the stream. I need to wrap up the stream. So let me just summarize. Okay. So what Ahmed is suggesting is that being a Muslim involves having belief, being willing to submit yourself, but it also requires having a law in order to submit yourself to that law. And thus, even if people believe before the law is revealed, they can't be Muslims in the fullest sense of the term.
yeah.
Now, my final thoughts on this matter, and then I will give, I risky, but I'll give Mary like 2 or 3 minutes and I'll give Ahmed the last word. My thoughts on this is that all of your definitions, all of your argument is all post hoc, that you're just trying to come up with some way to fit all of these pieces together. And none of it's based on anything the text says, because it doesn't say anything about a law. It doesn't say anything about Moses becoming the first Muslim because the law was revealed. It doesn't say that the other people it calls by the exact same term weren't true full Muslims because they didn't have the law. It doesn't say any of that. That's all supposition on your part. And I think it's all post hoc because you're trying to make sense of what's actually a real contradiction, because the author of the text wasn't very careful with the way they used words. Mary, your final thoughts?
So he's trying to use extremely fine meanings for particular terms and then import them and stick them on other terms. And none of these exist in the text, and none of these distinctions exist in the text. Either people are believers or they aren't. There are people who had the full revelation of the time before Muhammad and were following it, who somehow miraculously aren't counted as Muslims because so that Muhammad can be a first Muslim, because they just don't happen to be apparently in the room where Muhammad's talking at the moment. There are other people where it explicitly says that they were believers at the time that Moses was born. She's a believer, but somehow that doesn't count later because she hasn't yet received something that Moses still hasn't received when he declares himself to be a believer. He makes points like, oh, but you need to have a direction of prayer. Well, then apparently there were no Muslims at all following Muhammad until right before he went to Medina, because that's when he got his Qibla. But there were Muslims following Musa back in Egypt, because in the many years when Musa was going back and forth with Pharaoh and the Islamic sources, Musa established a Qibla for his own people that was separate from everybody else's Qibla, because every single group has their own Qibla, apparently. That's something you get as a prophet, is your own special Qibla. And yet they don't count as believers, even believers, not even Muslims, but they don't count as believers. And yet Moses, or excuse me, Abraham was called a Muslim, and so was Isaac, and so was Ishmael, and so was Jacob, and so were the children of Jacob, including Joseph, was called a Muslim in the sources. And he's also supposed to be a prophet and a messenger. And yet the believer in him somehow doesn't have the revelation, or doesn't have a revelation that counts. So you're not supposed to make a difference between the prophets. The prophets aren't supposed to be bringing innovation. It's all supposed to be the same revelation from the beginning. Like, since the book of Noah has been revealed, there's been no difference in anyone who has revelation except that they're insolent. And yet he's telling me that there are these differences and nobody can know things, and that they can't really count as believers. And there's flavor A believer and flavor B believer and flavor C believer. So practically anyone can be the first believer as long as you throw a whole bunch of conditions on it, when that's clearly not what the text is trying to say. The text is saying things that are contradictory. He doesn't like them, and so he's trying to do things that are antithetical to the overall theology of the Quran and what it teaches about who prophets are, what they bring, how they don't bring innovation. He's like, nope, it's all innovation. Until you get the newest download, you're not an up-to-date believer, so you don't count.
All right, so Ahmed, you have a chance to have the final word on this subject.
Yeah, because when it comes to the prophets, so according to our understanding, they came with two things: the law of Aqidah and law of Sharia. Aqidah means the concept of code. Concept of code is same for all, but when it comes to law, all of them had different law. Okay, there was the 7 law of Noah. Then Moses came with 613 laws. Same Jesus with the same laws, but some different, slightly different rulings. Like you can no need to wash the hand, like, and also you cannot divorce your wife, kind of stuff. You can work on Sabbath. So, but same thing, Muhammad came with the same Sharia, same concept of God, but different laws. So law definitely will be changed by time to time because the people will change, the science, technology will change. So that's my understanding. That's the understanding of Islam. Second, the first believer, it is, my point is, it is based on the context. when Prophet Muhammad is telling his people, he is the first one because other people were not there. Abraham was not there. Like Warqa bin Nawfal was there. That's my point. In the context, when Moses speaking, it is he is telling, "I am the first to believe." So he is talking in a future sense. So whatever you tell me, I am the first to believe. That's what he is telling Moses, because the translation say, "I am first to believe," not the believer. So that's my point. So I don't think it's a contradiction, right? Because he's talking in future sense because God is talking to him, so he should be the one just to believe. He's telling he has seen God, he has that experience. Out of that experience, he is telling I'm the first to believe. Second, first, third point is, if even in that case, Moses telling I'm the first to believe, you cannot call the Allah is wrong. Even if you say Moses is wrong, right? Because Moses is the one telling that, not Allah. So, but I don't go to that path, but I don't think there's a contradiction. Like it will not it will convince me that Islam is wrong based on that one alone. I don't think so, because if I can do the same thing with the Bible, but I don't think you will never agree with that one. So because when it comes to theology, we have to always apply the same standard. Then we have to choose what is the best, but make most of the sense within the same standard. So
I agree with that last statement, and I'll just say that much. I'll let Josiah have your piece on the other things, and the audience can judge for themselves based on the whole conversation. I think that we do need to be consistent. We do need to be fair, and that's what I attempt to bring to these discussions. King Kafir, you've been waiting very patiently for a long time. You have some time to talk about whatever you came to talk about.
All right. Well, thank you. Yes, I just wanted to come up and say hello to Mary. An interesting discussion. How are you?
Oh, hey, I recognize his voice. I know who this is. I haven't been on Clubhouse in a while.
Yeah, me either. Or yeah, well, you know how it is for me. But yes, Fedius, thank you for the streams as well. Yeah, this is for everybody who's wondering. This is not me, right? On the picture, I'm just.
Gotcha.
This is somebody who calls himself a Muslim. I don't know what kind of law he follows, but he doesn't follow the British law, and therefore he's now, I guess, jailed up for accusations of rape, gang rape. So yeah, that's why I chose this picture. But anyway, and some people say King Kafir is offensive. Well, I use it in the Islamic sense, not in the South African sense. So I know that people have some things to say about that. Maybe I should just make it Maliki Kafirun or something to make it more Islamic, so people don't confuse it. And lastly, I just want to make fun a bit about who's a Muslim or not. So I said it in the chat, but I don't think it can say it. We're gonna read it. My favorite is that your cat in that lab cat cam is a true Muslim. Alhamdulillah.
Yes, you have.
Excellent.
Well, there are specifically Muslim animals and non-Muslim animals. So the things that you are supposed to like kill, like geckos, house geckos are non-Muslim, while ants are certainly Muslim. So
But
you
geckos are good
should
for you.
make sure to respect Muslim animals and then like kill the evil animals.
Fair enough. So there was a request from Francis, regular on the channel, to share a particular link. I'm not endorsing this. I haven't watched it myself, but it appears it's on YouTube, so it couldn't be too offensive, maybe. Anyway, it appears to be a speaker's corner conversation where a ex-Muslim confronts a Dawagandist saying that they left Islam because of the sexual behavior of Muhammad. So I'll put that video in the chat for anyone who wants to check that out. Again, I haven't watched it, so if it has bad language or something, wasn't me. Unlike
Got
when
me
Mary
panicking
gives me
now.
a clip, unlike when Mary gives me a clip with bad language and I just play it without censoring it. which was my fault for not understanding what I was supposed to be doing there. So if you don't understand that reference, it's just something that happened a while ago. I'm going to run through these super chats super quick, but that should be the end of the content for today. I'm going to try to stream sometime this week to celebrate my 5th year anniversary on YouTube and continue to go through comments on my 100 Reasons Islam is False video, where my first stream on that subject got shut down abruptly from false flags. So naturally, I'm going to continue that stream. On Friday, I'll have a weekly Bible study. We'll be celebrating the second week of Easter in that. And on the weekend, I should be having a second conversation with Lucas. Remember 2 weeks ago, he came on and tried to give his argument for why Islam is the truth. And I agreed to have him on a second time to give my argument why Christianity is the truth. So that should be a good chat. I think that'll probably be Sunday, just based on his availability. We'll be back on next Tuesday with Mary to finish the subject of who the first Muslim was. Mary, you want to preview that real quickly?
Basically, there are many different conflicting reports as to who the first Muslim was, and attempts to bring them together don't actually work. They just cut down in little categories like, oh, well, he was the first Muslim of this category, and she was the first Muslim of that category, and they were the first Muslims of this category, which is pretty funny. Interesting, one person who was not in the list was the number one person mentioned as the first Muslim here. Warqa is never called a Muslim in any source, even though Muhammad did indeed supposedly have revelation in the cave. So if he had revelation in the cave, then why was he not a prophet yet? So just interesting stuff, I think.
And Francis clarified that video that he asked me to share is him in the video. So he says there is also bad language. I personally don't care, but I know other people do. So there you go. You've been warned. Check it out. If you don't like it, then stop watching. Simple enough. All right, I'm going to run through the super chats real quick just to thank the people who gave them. But we'll be wrapping up right after that. So thank you all for coming today, and we'll see you again soon. So from Jack Ray.
I can't answer this question in a 20-minute interview, nor is it wise to do so, which is why I never brought this topic up myself. You will not find one lecture of mine about this issue. It should never be brought up in public. And I don't like these idiots, and they are idiots, wallahi. This is not something you discuss amongst the masses, ya akhi. It's not wise. I encourage anybody who is really interested to go deep to take the class. I do this class. It'll be 1 year later.
Yasser Qadi will not answer your question about apples. He's never given us a lecture on the subject of apples. He can't do it in a 20-minute interview because it's such a deep, involved topic. Thank you very much, Jack. Also from Jack Ray.
Brothers and sisters, why to lose this great opportunity? Remember, when the person is on his deathbed, the last minute, he will ask Allah Jalla wa Ala to be delayed for 1 second. To do what? Not to pray, not to do other things, but to give sadaqah. Because sadaqah, you can give it just like this, in 1 second.
Jack said pay to win something, and what he won is angels hearing that he gave sadaqah. Thank you very much for that. Did have a legitimate question here from Wahid. When is Mary going to give a lecture on the golden age of Islam? Can we schedule that for, like, I don't know, 2028 or so? If you're answering, Mary, you're on mute.
I said probably approximately.
All right. Somewhere around 2028 is the answer to your question. And one other legitimate question here is, first of believers kind of like the competition that went on between the disciples of Jesus, John and James, mother asking Jesus to make one of them the top dog in the kingdom. Maybe a bit, right? All these, except they're not bragging for themselves. Muhammad or the author of the Quran is bragging for them all. I'm the first Muslim. No, I'm the first Muslim. No, I'm the first Muslim. I think what it really is that whoever the author is, they just made bold statements without thinking about them, and then people called him on it.
Right, and then he tried to put together some kind of explanation to cover, and I think that that's where the sorcerers becoming believers suddenly ties into it, is
Yeah,
trying
kind of
to
trying to
cover various
broaden the
things.
definition. Yeah.
And trying to broaden it, narrow it, specify, make it work together, but it just doesn't. It doesn't work. You can't make it cohere. It's like one of those things where someone accidentally lies to you and then they tell another lie to cover it up. And for a second, it sounds really good. And then you're like, wait a second, you also said this. And that can't be put together.
Then you got to come up with a third explanation. Yeah, I think that might be it. Bunch of people triggered the apples there. Jesus bought. Jack Ray said apple. Appoli. I'm not sure why I put the LL. Oh, Apple LLE. Apple 2. Those are capitalized. Apple 2E. Gotcha.
Yes, Apple 2E. There we go.
Jesus bought, triggered it again. Jesus bought, triggered it again. Jack Ray with a super chat.
Wasting your time on social media is one of the best deeds a Muslim can do. There's a huge need for it. You know this and I know this. So that makes the reward even greater. So give generously and Allah Azza wa Jal will give you even more.
So even the bot is getting tired there. Took a second to trigger it, but thank you for that, Jack. And yes, you added to your points. Your vast point lead is insurmountable, I think. Nissan Attic also gave a super chat.
If you frequently say it, Allah would pay off your debts. So you can refer to it back again, inshallah.
I think that's the way it worked for Muhammad. He just kept saying things and hoped that Allah would eventually pay them off. And he says, Allah just revealed to me that this is the first super chat. I think that's accurate by the standards of the Quran, even though this was about the, I don't know, 7th super chat or so. It was definitely the first, because you were the first to say it was the first. More apples from Jesus bought here. One for Una. Francis got in the act of triggering the apple.
They all have to have apples.
Jesus bought it again. Then Protestant believer did it for Nur Annie, who was in the chat for a little bit. Francis again. Jack Ray. What's with the apples? That's what he triggered the apple with. Francis again. Francis again. Sir Dr. Whitemeat. And right about then is when I said, guys, that's enough apples. And then Dr. Whitemeat apologized. But as you can see, he was only responsible for one. The problem actors were elsewhere. So, I mean, we were trying to have a serious conversation with a Muslim. I don't mind triggering a few times, but yeah, maybe not like 10, 15 times in a row next time.
Yeah, especially if I can't hear people. Right. I know you guys get bored when you can't hear, but I will try to restate things if I can make it out. Because I've got these, so I can hear things better than you guys can for the most part, unless you also have a headset. But sometimes their feedback is just really bad in the echoing rooms and stuff. And a lot of times there are people nearby, so they're whispering because they don't want to disturb their friends and family and stuff. So.
And then finally, one last super chat from Jack Ray.
Who ate the apple? You ate the apple. The whole apple. Yes, the whole apple. You ate it. But a small seed, you left it. You put it back into the earth. What happened? Allah, through His power, caused that to grow and to give you how many apples? Thousands.
What a way to end the stream there. You got the thousands of apples from Mufti Mank. Just
they got their apple finally.
Yep. Actually, you got your apple. Just don't say if.
If. Don't use the term if, because if will open the door of the devil.
So it's like, if I get an apple.
I like the waving.
I will get an apple. You know, it's the door opening. You know, it's the door opening. Devil's coming in that door. All right,
Well,
thank you guys.
I have memorized Surah Al-Baqarah, and so the devil can't get in. It might take me 15 or 20 minutes to recite every day to keep the devil out, but that's a woman's responsibility, so that's what I do.
All right. Thank you,
Except
guys.
apparently my toilets still have Jinn, because no matter what, we have to protect our toilet from Jinn.
Thank you guys for joining us. We'll see you again soon. Until we meet again, remember to go and serve Jesus Christ.
He is my Lord.
Nice.